he's going through script. So when you are trying to respond, he's interrupting immediately whatever you say. And
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right.
We call this proof.
We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Absolutely true.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. I'm still a little bit ill. It is Tuesday. It is Logic Day, and I'm guessing today we go over the logic of the angle. and the idea that you can, well, I don't know, you can apparently do something else other than something geometric with an angle. Seems as though there's some people in a community that they assume that a statement that was made, a geometric statement, right? You can do fuck all with an angle. And they imagine that that particular statement, that geometric statement, was about them. And then he got really butthurt.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, I really wanted to come in and say that exact thing. They think this fuck all with an angle is somehow to slight their argument about the sextant.
Well, they've got butthurt about it, right? Yeah, but they think it's all about them. Like we did it years ago. Just for them. Just for them. Like the entirety of geometry has a meaningless, because Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth Superman crew imagine that the statement you can do fuck all with an angle, just an angle, one angle, that's just made for them. It's all about them. It's not a geometric statement of truth. Oh no. No, it's just about Nathan Oakley and his fucking little gang of people. So, go on, sorry.
This point he didn't address because you and C. Montreal and Sarugaki
I got an apology though.
asked many times for this. What can you do while you measure this angle? And he never responded to that.
Not for the entire 4
yes,
hours.
Yes, never responded to that. And his last ridiculous response was, I would say that was mental, like Brenda and his phenomenal shoes that you can talk about. So talking about an angle is doing something with an angle. For me, this is really a serious mental issue. And Sarugaki pointed out that if you are talking about chair, you are not doing anything with chair. And of course, he couldn't respond to that. So his response that talking about angle is doing something with angle is just or childish or mental. I don't know. And I think that he couldn't respond to that because or he don't know what to do with this angle, or he didn't want to say what he can do with this angle, because original case was that you are in the middle of the ocean and you can find your position by measuring angle, and he said that you are saving lives. So and your best statement was that measuring an angle, just an angle, cannot change anything. So you have to do some things else. And C. Montreal was asking what after measuring angle you are going to do, and he dodged this question and he never responded to that. For me, that would, because you were talking about celestial navigation. So I think that in celestial navigation, you are not ending your knowledge about your position just by measuring angle. You have to do something else. And he didn't, Nathan Oakley, of course, he didn't respond to that. So I don't know. Maybe he didn't know what to do, or maybe he don't know what to do with that measurement. So this for me, whole conversation was dodging this question and making ridiculous claims like talking about angle is doing something with an angle, which is, for me, this is beyond being preposterous.
Yeah, well,
That's me.
the geometric statement, right, is that you can do fuck all with an angle. You've got one angle. What the fuck can you do with it? You don't even have a triangle to do trigonometry with. Never mind a length of a side. You've just got an angle. So the fact that somebody's got butthurt about that simple geometric statement, right, means that they've fucking got something to hide. Because it's a statement of geometry, right? You can definitely do fuck all with one angle. And Nathan Oakley, obviously, thinks you can. He won't tell us what it is, though. But we definitely know it's not geometric. Because it's a geometric statement of truth. You can do fuck all with an angle. Now, everybody be aware that this one simple statement is perhaps the most triggering thing anybody can ever say to Nathan Oakley. He's opened it up. Everybody can see now he doesn't know what to say. There's no answer he can give you. He's just going to go mental every time anybody ever says it to him. You've seen what happens. He's opened himself up. Everybody knows there is no argument coming in rebuttal to that statement. You'll just get ad homs, deflections, obfuscation, different tactics, like we've seen all of this time over these last few years. He's shown us every tactic that it can be played within this arena and the new flat earth debate style. It's not an actual argument. There's not an actual debate. This is flat earth debate. It's completely separate than anything that you imagine was a debate in the old school times. This is the new style of flat earth debate. Now, everybody knows now, because Nathan's made it very, very clear, don't mention the angle you can do fuck all with. Not to the flat earth debate crew. Not to Supermen. Like I say, I'm not a celestial navigator. I haven't got a boat. Never going to be on a boat. Never going to need to be able to do it. Don't give a shit. The statement about the angle is a geometric statement.
And it reveals that they are trying to hide something.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is obvious that you cannot measure, beside measuring angle, you cannot measure anything with only one angle. So they are hiding something. And I would say that they are trying to avoid contradiction, because in the case of Polaris, if you are going back from Polaris, 69 miles, it drops 1 degree. But this drop is optical. This is perspective drop. But in celestial navigation, as far as I know, they claim to use this celestial sphere. So these angles would be referring to this celestial dome or whatever. So it would be not perspective drop in that case. That's why I was asking Brian's logic, how did they measure distance to the Polaris? Because this perspective drop cannot say anything about distance to the star. So if they are trying to translate that into other stars, this 1 nautical mile per minute, it couldn't work with perspective. They cannot translate that perspective drop of Polaris to other stars if these stars are on this dome. Because if the dome is spherical, the stars has position, fixed position, physical position on that dome, and this drop is not perspective drop because it is due to position on the sphere. This is real drop. So they cannot, I think, they cannot translate that into this drop of Polaris. Or the second explanation is that they somehow know distance to the star, or they assume distance to the star, but they don't want to say that. And I heard many times on Nathan Oakley's show that they are avoiding, they are claiming that they don't know what the distance to the star is. In that case, they cannot use that angle. Elevation angle is useless if they don't know distance to the star. From the star to its GP position. They should know that, because otherwise you cannot measure anything but angle, just an angle. So, or they are trying to hide that they know, allegedly, the distance to the star, or they are just don't know the distance to the stars, basically, and they are trying to explain that with this magic book, almanac. I don't know what it is in this almanac, but if in this almanac there are distances to the star, then okay, but it means that they are not using elevation angle itself to fix their position, but they are just using this magic book. So in that case, they are just hiding what is in almanac. In any case, they are trying to hide something. That's my approach to this, let's say, problem.
Just doing a quick picture here for. Let me turn it around. Right, now. What do you reckon to this? There you go. So, here's my idea. You guys see that? So the guy starts on the left-hand side and he measures an angle. Call that angle X. Right, so he then moves 69 miles horizontally, and he measures the angle again, but it's x minus 1. It's changed 1 degree, that angle that he measured. And then he goes again 69 miles, and it drops another degree. You see the angle there that changes 1 degree.
Yes, and this drop is purely perspective. Nothing more than perspective optical drop.
It's just an angle that changes over distance. I mean,
Yes, but
it's not part of a triangle. It's not anything. It's just an angle that changes.
yes, I agree. But still, because you can invert that you are not going back on horizontal, but you are staying fixed, and the star is moving in a straight line parallel to you. The effect will be the same. So, and we know that if object is going parallel to the ground or to your position, away from you in parallel line to the ground, it will drop. This is perspective drop. So this angle is purely perspective. This is not drop according to changing angular position, because we are talking about parallel lines here. So this drop is only perspective, and of course only an angle. So I don't know how to use that in celestial this fact in celestial navigation, where other stars are not fixed in the same position, in the same height. Just for me, this is I cannot understand that, and I would expect to explain to me how it works, and they cannot do that.
Well, like I'd say,
Nor Brian, no Oakley.
look,
no
this
one.
is something that can be done. Right? Now, I don't know if anybody has actually ever done this. Right? It's only something that somebody has claimed. Now, a lot of people have claimed it, right? Did you learn it at school? No. Where did you learn this? Because somebody has told you. Who? Shadow giants. Or was it somebody of authority that's told you? Is it somebody that's actually measured a 69-mile horizontal to make sure you're at the same elevation? Does anybody understand that horizontal has to be done, to be made, in order for you to have this geometric relationship? We're dealing about triangles, right? Or we're dealing with angles specifically. Now, you have to move 69 miles horizontally. Can you do that? Well, yes, you can measure 69 miles. Can you measure a horizontal? Yes, you can also do that, because horizontals definitely exist. What it would mean would be you stayed at the same elevation whilst travelling 69 miles in a particular direction, and then measuring an angle at each end of this 69-mile horizontal line. So you've got an angle at each end of a horizontal line. Now, that definitely can be done.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
But hang on. But that's two angles.
No, like, yeah, but let me finish, right? This can be done. You can measure 69 miles, and at each end of it, you can measure the angle to the light in the sky. Right?
Yes, I would say this is not impossible.
Yeah.
So it can be done.
So let's presume that it has been done, and we believe the people that are dealing with this, right? So we have this picture now, a straight line, 69 miles. And at each end of it, we've got an angle that changes by 1 degree. Presuming that somebody's done it. I don't know whether anybody's done it. You can measure an angle to a light in the sky. Everyone can do that. But making sure that you go 69 miles horizontally, I'm not too sure whether anybody else has bothered to do that. You could do it on a map. You could drive it in a car. But then you'd have to deal with Bob the Science Guy, or whether it's shorter than a straight line, or whether it's an actual straight line, or whether horizontals actually exist or not. But, I mean, let's forget about all of those really weird people. So the geometric facts are that you can do this, and you can measure 2 angles at each end of a straight line. Where does that get you? Well, you've got a straight line with angles at each end of it. What are you going to do with it? How do you use that?
It will. This is part of this discussion. This Adam Mikin argument, because a latitude line it is expressed in angles, so it is like tautology. The angle gives you angular position, because latitude is angular position. So this is another non-argument from, I would say, it was Adam Miken, I think, that you are denying that you don't know, that you know about latitude. But you said to them that the latitude is just an angle. Yes, because latitude is expressed in angle. Angle expressed as an angle. So it is tautology. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well,
Angle
no, I don't know
being
whether
an
you
angle.
heard me say. They call them parallels. Don't they?
I don't know, but
Yeah. The parallels. All of the latitudes are parallels. And as we know, parallels are straight lines.
this is the point I am not sure, because if they call it parallel lines, I don't know why, because they cannot be parallel lines because they are circles. So I don't know if parallel circles exist. I think not. But they are just bigger or smaller circles around one center point.
Who's making them circles?
Cartographers? I don't know. Who is making this circles on the map? I don't know.
Why would they make a circle? If latitude, like, look, longitude and latitude lines are perpendicular to each other, right?
I really don't know, because if they are expressed in angles, so for me it makes them not. Because if the distance from Polaris is a straight line, because you are going away from this Polaris in a straight line, it would be a straight line. But for me, that would be radius, or part of the radius. You are going from the center, and the center is Polaris.
Look, I don't want to get into an argument, right? I'm just saying, longitude and latitude lines, every one of them, are perpendicular to each other. The intersection of a longitude and a latitude, perpendiculars. longitude is a straight line, and a latitude is a straight line. They even try and redefine straight lines to make them straight lines, because they know they're straight lines because they're perpendicular. It is, the surface of a sphere is a two-dimensional surface, right? So on the two-dimensional surface, you have lines that are perpendicular to each other. They call them parallels. Level bastard said they said parallel. You're not allowed to go past a certain parallel, otherwise, you know, Antarctica Treaty. It's marked on a parallel. These are common words that everybody uses. Why are they being used? Can people just blatantly disregard them and contradict themselves when they say it? Is that why it's been done? Because I'm going to keep saying it. Longitude, latitude are the two-dimensional coordinate system that everybody wants to have on the two-dimensional surface. That's why they have to have a two-dimensional surface, because those are the two dimensions that you use. And they intersect each other perpendicularly, always. So the only person that's put in the circle there is the one that's put in the model there to put the circles on. That's the only reason they exist as circles, because there's a model there that somebody's put it on. Other than that, you can disregard the fact that it's a three-dimensional shape and pretend it's just a 2D. The complete model is a mindfuck. Come down to all of this, the very words that you use. So, measuring these angles, like everybody says, this is why people don't want to talk about this, because it's a little bit too simple. You measure an angle and you travel 69 miles horizontally. Not over a hump, not down a drop, horizontally. To keep at the same elevation, otherwise it doesn't work. And then you're just dealing with geometric truths like this. It's just an angle. Now, you can imagine whatever you want to imagine from those measurements. But you cannot do fuck all with that angle. We've got globe guys telling us, with the religious ones, the faith-based ones, are saying that what you do is you get that angle and times it by 60. And that's it. That gives you a distance. A distance of what? A distance of an angle. No, a distance of the light in the sky on the ground from where you are. That's amazing. So it seems like Nathan Oakley has opened the door for the Blue Marble scientists to jump in and tell us how they use these angles to find a distance to a light on the ground. A position of a light on the ground. Not in a reflection in a mirror or anything, no. The ground position of a light in the sky. From measuring an angle. Thanks, Nathan. You've helped them out tremendously. Nathan Oakley and the Blue Marble scientist team, they'll sort it out, what you can do with an angle. We'll have a list of them. A big list of things now that Nathan Oakley and the Globe the blue marble scientists, what are they going to do with an angle? How many do you reckon we're going to find? Talk about it. Do you reckon they can even do that? I don't think they can even talk about it. Yeah. Happy Christmas, flat earthers. Nathan's going to help you out with an angle. What you can do, the amazing things you can do with just an angle.
You can do with this angle the same thing as with chair, what Sarugaki mentioned. So you can talk about that.
I don't think they can talk about it. This whole charade has been set up so he doesn't have to talk about the fact that they cannot do fuck all with an angle. That's right, Nathan. I hope you're listening. Hope you're doing well. And I hope you made a lot of money out of that slander session that you did. I hope... I do hope it gets some conversation about what you exactly can do with an angle. Since we know it's a geometric fact that you can do fuck all with an angle, have a word with the mathematician amongst you. No doubt he's told you that what you can do. You can go and check a book. So I thought, I've been thinking about this, right? Now, we know, like we've said, that you can definitely do this with this. You can measure a 1 degree change after travelling 69 miles horizontally of a light in the sky. Right? It's
only this one.
That was
only
definitely,
this
yeah,
one.
right. So if you can measure a 1 degree change over 69 miles horizontally travelled, then, there you go. It's up for anybody else to finish it off. However you decide you do, because that's a fact, right? You can do that. So if you can measure that 1 degree change over whatever, then
you can measure distance of 1 degree drop from this particular Polaris star, because it works only with Polaris.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear any proof that you can translate that distance to other stars. Never. It is just magically done. We just translate it into other stars. Why? Don't know. Just it.
Yeah. Betty, what Betty would say is, if you can do that, then you can measure an angle to a light in the sky and predict the ground position of the light in the sky from your position. That's another statement that one group of people are doing. I don't know whether Nathan would have a similar sort of statement. I mean, it's fallacious as fuck because it doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur. You can't, you can do fuck all with that one angle, but other people imagine you can make a full triangle. Completely oblivious to what the triangle is. I mean, can you imagine the group of people that say you can do that are the ones that inadvertently don't actually have horizontal. Stolen concept built in for those guys, but let's not talk about that. No, let's talk about Nathan Oakley and how he can do something with an angle, presumably similar to what the Globe guys do within their stolen concept. But I'm guessing flat earthers. Over to you. Nathan Oakley and 10th Man, QE have all taught you very well the amazing things you can do once you measure an angle to a light in the sky. It's definitely not going to be Flat Earth Society related or anything like that. I mean, like, there'll be no aporia reached. I'm sure everybody knows exactly what happens and how they're going to do it.
Yes, they will talk about an angle only, because this was the only response to you. What can they do with an angle when they measured it? They can talk about it. That's all.
No, they can definitely do something with it. Nathan was absolutely certain that I was a retard. Like, come on, he's going to have something.
No. You asked him, C. Montreal asked him, and Sarugaki asked him, and no response. 2 hours.
I think Adam and 10th Man said, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Keep it to a secret. Make him watch the video.
Excuse me. As a member of the channel, I asked him as well.
Yeah?
And I got shouted down because he was already mad at you.
Yeah.
Yes, normal tactic from him. Yes. Sadly.
So, I mean, it will definitely be coming right now. Now Nathan's mentioned this, there is no way that Nathan will not be able to explain to everybody exactly what they do with the angle. That most of us are calling impossible, but seems to be commonplace. I'm guessing the Blue Marble scientists will wait and see what Nathan does, or maybe the Blue Marble scientists want to offer up what Nathan will be saying. Because I think, like Betty said, let me see if I can get that. They can. Blue Marble's been saying it as well. Let me get this in my we've had Betty and Blue Marble Science. There we go. This is Betty. It's a bit contradictory, but it's as you'd expect. There we go. So, this is in response to Nathan Oakley saying you can do something with an angle, right? Nathan Oakley says that. He's unaware that it was a general geometric statement, and he thinks it was directed at him. So when he's disproved it, he's helped this Betty, right? So Betty says, this is Betty, the proofless globe logician. He says, how do you find your distance from an angle? That's what I said. Because Nathan Oakley said you can find your distance from an angle. And I've been asking, how do you do that? How do you draw a circle? He says, already been explained, but let's explain again. Find your angle to Polaris, multiply that angle in degrees by 60, and that is your distance in nautical miles to the pole. What's so hard about this?
but at the sea, I think you are measuring angles to different stars, not to Polaris.
Well, yeah, but look, he says, because it's a completely geometric function, right? You're measuring an angle, and then you're being able to find a distance away to the pole. Like, it's a straight line, isn't it? That's a
Yes.
straight line, that. So, Betty, I mean, that's genius. You can just times an angle by 60, and you get then a distance from your angle. Like, Betty's completely confident that that's a normal procedure, but it's not a geometric procedure at all. If you imagine that's a geometric thing, then you've been fooled. That's something akin to geometric magic. Especially if you think you're on a ball. Because you've just done a straight line. Like a pretty long straight line as well. A thought straight line from an angle. That's it. Now, that's what Betty can do. I'll hand it over to the Flat Earth debate superheroes. Supermen. Like, what can you do with the angle?
It will be after they've listed all the things, you know, the globers and the flat earthers on their respective sides, make lists, and then afterwards to compare those lists. It would be very interesting to see what they come up with.
Mm-hmm. So I put angle equals distance. Thanks. That's blue marble science for you. And Betty says, no, an angle is not a distance. It corresponds to a distance. That's not good. Just an angle. It's just a normal angle when you talk about it geometrically. But if you get a special tool and look up to a special light in the sky, if you measure an angle with a massive amount of faith, then you can do some wonderful things in your mind with that angle. There's a lot of people that can do that. They've spent 2 years within an argument being completely mind fucked by both sides. Both sides of these group, both of them want you to believe that they can do extraordinary things with geometry. And what they do is, both sides, they completely ridicule anybody that asks them anything about what the fuck they're doing. It's like an Alice in Wonderland thing. Now, I don't know how many people these guys have actually driven mad. I think George was one of them. I think Blue Marble Science is on his way. It's pretty obvious that Nathan's afflicted by this model. There's a lot of people that are absolutely fucked because they've been too deep into a model. And in that model, you have to imagine things that just aren't real. And in the moment you start imagining things that aren't real, well, that's when the imagination takes over. You start dealing in the realms of imagineometry. when you should really be sticking in reality. But because you've been in this arena for so long, you've forgotten what reality is. You're so deep into a psyop. It's pretty embarrassing. But I guess a lot of people like to be in it. A lot of people like the behaviour of shouting at people. Gets them off. Like Nathan Oakley was saying. He got enjoyment out of doing that. That's what he likes to do. He likes to demean women and other people as being, I don't know, just he likes to add harm.
I'd called him stupid. I'd called him different names. And good evening
Good evening.
to you all. So are we Monday Affliction today?
No, this is Logic. But I mean, yeah, it's
Logic,
okay.
nice.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's been blown open. We are going to go to Logic full on. Logic, right? Coming in this next year. We're going to leave this flat Earth, globe Earth, fucking Earth shape shit. It's a load of bollocks. It's a psyop. We're just going to deal with reality. Stop. Because when somebody takes a geometric statement and imagines it was made to attack them, you've got to be fucking mental. Yeah, that's right. You, Nathan, you're fucking mental. It's got fuck all to do. Well, apart from the fact that you're trying to actually do something with measuring an angle, something akin to what the Blue Marble scientists are doing. And I don't know whether you realise it or not. And it's embarrassing. It's definitely not a debate, Nathan. Yeah, so we're going to be done with it. We're just going to go with Logic. Now, Logic would sort this out pretty simply. Logic states you can do fuck all with an angle geometrically. You cannot measure an angle and get a triangle. It doesn't work like that. So yeah, if anybody wants to go up against the simple, advanced simplicity that we offer, obviously Nathan's in for a conversation, or not going to have a conversation with anybody about it. It's already pretty clear that you can do fuck all with an angle. And it's pretty clear to me who's teaming up together, who now appear to be on the same side. Hot mic, Kev?
Like, it's been pretty clever how they have successfully inserted and convinced all the world people that you can read the reality, practical reality, through the lenses of a model. Again, just the idea of having a model is ridiculous. A model should try to propose modeling frameworks of reality. What does that even mean? Just to say a model.
It was a thing that they did when they were coming up with the new models. They had to, you have to do something to associate the mind to it. It's one of the elements of it. It's a magic trick. You've got to give people something to imagine. It's very clever, but I mean, like, I lost that model. A lot of people have now. had it taken away from you, or just it fades away as you grow into adulthood. People they build paracosms for themselves as children. Fictional places to live, a framework within your mind, completely new, separate realities that you can construct. And certain people get to keep them all the way through their adulthood lives. Sometimes it's that real that they can't get out of it. Sort of like they build a matrix for themselves.
And they are trying to reificate this matrix and convince people that my matrix is real and you have to believe in it also, because if not, we will show you.
Yeah. And that's where we're at. And I'm saying I don't accept that. It sounds fucking ridiculous. I'll just stick with logic. I'm fine. Depends who wants to tell you what to think. Who's the one that's telling you that your reasoning process isn't working? How many times have you ever heard "you don't understand" followed by "I'm not going to teach you. I can't tell you"? That's not what's meant to happen. Somebody knows that you don't understand it. They should be helping you to understand it. If no help comes to help you understand it, the person that's telling you you don't understand it is talking shit.
And it is even worse because instead of teaching you, they call you names so that you are sick.
Yeah. Yeah, and some pretty horrible names too as well, and to everybody else that's listening. It's fucking disgusting. Now, whether that's Nathan's character, that maybe that's what Nathan does, that's his persona. I doubt it very much, because he said today he got really angry. That was real. That was the real Nathan. That's what Nathan's really like. That's how Nathan really wants to talk to women. He's got his 2 children. Don't know, are they both girls? He's got his wife, if he has a wife. I don't know. Listening to how he talks to Emma and people like that. That's disgusting, Nathan. If that's the real Nathan, I'm glad I have nothing to do with that. And I don't want to have anything to do with the Flat Earth Superman. It's got a fucking horrible stink to it. I'd rather stick to simple arguments. And if people don't like the simple arguments, and they like hearing Nathan go mental and show his true self to everybody, if that's the sort of thing that you want to be following, if that's the sort of thing that you think, that's my role model, that's the Flat Earth superhero we want to go around telling everybody to unsubscribe, if that's your representative, well, you're welcome to it. I'm glad I'm not fucking part of it. And you think about all of that time, ages ago, right? To keep saying this. I'm in this. If you go and check on Twitter, there's a hashtag defend the flat earthers, and I've been defending flat earthers for a long time with nice people like Rob Keane. I'll continue to defend the misguided flat earthers. But that show of flat earth debate, fucking ridiculous. I'm not defending any of that shit. That's fucking ridiculous. So if you want to separate like flat earthers like Rob Keane away from people like Nathan Oakley and QE, Adam Meakin, Elijah, that entire flat earth debate crew, I'm guessing, the Superman squad, they're fucking disgusting, guys. Get a grip. Simple arguments. If a simple statement about geometry can get so drastically misrepresented by an entire group of people that are meant to be critical thinkers looking for the truth, they get so upset and think it's about a fucking celestial navigation argument. It's not even an argument, guys. Your act together. It's gone. You sound very much similar to the Blue Marble Science guys. And they have a hatred of women too. And a hatred of simplifying arguments. And a hatred of logic. Misologists everywhere. It's time people started to try fucking thinking for yourself. Don't rely on the shadow giants. The arguments that you've been handed by the flat earth debate Supermen crew, what is it? What are the arguments? QE's Black Swan is, like Saragaki said, it's non sequitur. It's not even a black swan. It's a we see too far argument disguised within a modus tollens. It's not even a well-formed modus tollens. It's got gaps in it.
Conclusion was wrong. I didn't address that, but this is obvious. So
Yeah.
in capitals, it was written that therefore Earth is not a sphere. And this is false conclusion from that formulated condition.
Yeah, so
If,
that's a parallelism, right? If you accept that as an argument with the get rid of the sphere, you've accepted a parallelism that's been handed to you.
Yes, yes. So your argumentation was very good. I would say perfect, and QE just strawmanned about this variation of radius. Was bringing some citations irrelevant because it is irrelevant because if you have number in this premise, in this condition, it means that this is the crucial part of the argument, because if the Earth is a sphere with that radius, you are trying to affirm or deny this radius, not the shape of the Earth. So it in this modus tollens, it was about to debunk this radius, this particular radius, not the shape of the Earth. And conclusion was about the shape of the Earth. That's why it is non sequitur, as it is written. It doesn't matter that practically implications are that what Brian's logic said. Yes, it is true, but there are implications of that, but still this modus tollens is invalidly produced. So nothing more to say, just invalid. This is invalid modus
Can I
tollens.
jump in, paper?
Yes.
I I would make one claim regarding the horizon and seeing too far and shit. I would say it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon. That's my claim.
Yeah. That was also within the modus tollens. It's sort of a way of forcing something into the minds of people.
But still, it doesn't matter if this modus tollens is true or not true, what you can measure or what you cannot measure. The structure of this modus tollens is invalid with that conclusion. So this conclusion doesn't follow from this modus tollens. That's it. It doesn't matter if it is about Earth or whatever, or green pixies or devils, whatever. It doesn't matter. This formal structure of this modus tollens is invalid. I mean, with that conclusion. That conclusion doesn't follow from this statement, conditional statement.
I appreciate you backing it up because obviously I was not given the chance to explain this properly on Nathan's show. So thank you for explaining it properly today, paper.
Yeah, you tried to, and by the way, you just shut up Nathan with this chair. So kudos to you, because
Thank
he
you.
didn't respond. What he still thinks that talking about chair is doing something with chair. So for me, that is a statement that I will judge as mental, just mental.
Me
So
too.
Brenda phenomenal shoes are more concise.
Yeah. QE was over here at the beginning when he did bring that out, and he left. Obviously, he left saying something like, "You just stick to your level is horizontal and geometry. Keep away from science." As he left, and I think that was because we were saying, it could be made simpler, and it's got a few flaws in it. QE. And ever since then, nobody's ever wanted to talk about it. I've had a couple of conversations with the Globe guys, to which they didn't even really understand the modus tollens idea.
And by the way, they should correct it. If it is obvious that there is a flaw in this modus tollens. So they had like 2 or more years to correct it, to rephrase it, and they didn't do that. So why?
Because Nathan's adamant that he got rid of the radius because of that argument. Complete misunderstanding of a logical argument.
Yes, so in this statement, he got rid with that number only. So this is formally valid only for that number. It doesn't matter that it has to be that number in this model, like Brian's logic argumentation was. It's still inside this modus tollens. It does not invalidate Earth being sphere. It's just not how logic works. Sorry.
No, you shouldn't be sorry. I think it should be said with confidence because it's important stuff. This is quite an important topic we're discussing, I would say. So yeah, you should not be sorry for saying it because it's the truth.
Yes, but they should rephrase that. I think that it is not very difficult to rephrase that to the book as this something else. Maybe even shape of the earth can be debunked, even using that picture, but not in that form, because this form is malform. Sorry, again, malform. This is not valid, formally incorrect.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to say yesterday, just not to bash on anyone, just to give the statement about how it's a non sequitur, explain why, and then end up saying that they should reform the statement, make it an actual valid logical argument, or of course rewrite a different one that's actually a good one. But yeah, you heard how that went.
Strange,
Yes.
isn't it? Isn't
He
it
didn't-
strange, the idea that an argument should be discussed to formulate it better, to get it more concise, to get it more right, and it was down the right fucking path. So what the fuck's happened? Why's it all gone west? What's going on? It's true obfuscation tactics. Distraction.
Yeah, Stroman by QE. So and he wanted citation, and then they went to discussion about citation, what citation is and what is not. So demanding, demanding. By the way, they demand from you, Bev, to cite from Euclid that you cannot do fuck all with an angle.
Yeah.
So this is just, I don't know, childish or I cannot comment on that because
it's one of the blue marble scientific methods.
I think so. Yes, to cite that someone didn't say what you said. So yes, as for example, Euclid didn't write anything about green pixies. Therefore, you cannot talk about green pixies.
Making myself a lem sip. You were meant to keep on talking for a bit. Yeah, I mean that has been a tactic of the blue marble scientific community for quite a while. Relating things to Euclid when they know well that they can't even touch Euclid. Right? They don't understand what it is. They don't understand the logical process. They don't understand the reasoning process that goes behind it. They've not got a clue. All they've got are these, I'm going to call them shitty tactics now. Shitty debate tactics. Flat earth debate tactics. Let's call that. Although the blue marble scientists do the same again. Except the blue marble scientists say, you're a flat earther. That's one of their tactics. And then you get Nathan Oakley on the other side using similar tactics.
Oh, it runs.
Hey, Rob, hot mic.
So now which parts do you want me to change?
Oh, here we go.
Because I'm trying to get shit done.
There you go. Hot mic, Rob Keane. So, yeah, I don't know. I know people that have been listening to us that have gone over and gone through the trivium and grabbed parts of Euclid as the argument. That anybody that's been with us along the logical since we were back over at Geo's Earth Awakening server when we first started to come up with the logical arguments all the way back then. That was when we knew that the Globe guys were fucked. But it seems like the Flat Earth debate guys didn't want to join in with the logic either. And that's the strange part. Maybe not a strange part. Maybe we already knew that we were a little bit different, and that logic was the key to sniffing out bullshit. And where's the bullshit coming from? Have we not shown you where the bullshit is? Hopefully we show you where the advanced simplicity is, and you can then see the difference between the advanced simplicity and the complete obfuscation of everything that's been going on. I mean, this arena needs a certain type of person, right? But you need to be programmed to be able to stay within this arena. You have to have your mind numbed, obviously, and you also have to be a certain type of person to be able to stick within this arena, and to deal with people that you probably know are liars. You've probably caught them as liars. You've probably heard them contradict themselves. You've heard them completely obfuscate answers that are simple things. You've probably, I don't know, if you've ever tried to attempt to talk to people that are like that, it's awfully frustrating to the point that it's not even worth it. And most people, I would imagine, have left the arena simply because it's a shit show. It's a shit show of people who are mentally disturbed. Crazy, insane. They've had their logical systems, internal logical systems, exploded within the framework of a model. An affliction. It's took over. Now it makes them angry. Makes them angry to hear geometric statements that go against a belief they have, their faith in a certain angle being able to do more than it actually can geometrically.
Anybody that wants to understand where the anger comes from can simply, look at any psychological, Psych 101. I mean, it comes from the idea of being threatened. What's being threatened? When Bev says you can do fuck all with an angle. Good question to ask. What would be threatened? What would Nathan and company be threatened by? Because that's where the anger stems from. There was only one party that seemed very angry to me, and that when the guys and Emma went over yesterday. Madness.
Crazy.
Because of a model.
With me lemsip. Okay, so I don't want to do drama. I can't see the point in doing drama, but somebody's brought drama our way for some reason. Whether somebody wrote the check to say, hey Nathan, here's an idea. You just go and slander the shit out of people. You might make a little bit more money in the super chats coming up to Christmas. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a recruitment drive for him to recruit more people onto the Flat Earth debate show. I don't know. But for some reason, they've took on a fucking statement about geometry and got butthurt about it. It's nearly as bad as people getting butthurt about triangles only having 180 degrees. It's just an angle that you're measuring. It's not even a triangle. It's just one angle. Now, why get pissed off? I'm not getting pissed off. But I'm hoping that other people are going to start asking themselves, why is Nathan pissed off about it? It's because he doesn't want you asking. Doesn't want you asking. Well, what can you do with an angle then, Nathan? We know that you can do fuck all with an angle, but what do you imagine you can do?
Bev, all he would say is, oh, so I'm going to do something with it then, am I?
Yeah, it's the Elenchus process, right? It's
Yep,
not
the
really
questioning.
being understood.
Yeah, the questioning. It's the same.
Right.
I mean, read Socrates. They didn't want to kill Socrates for nothing. This is what happens. People get angry, their models get threatened, their paradigms get threatened for whatever reason just by simple questioning. I mean, we've said it before here, right? You don't even have to be in this arena. You can just see what's gone on in the last 3 years in the world at large. Question anything. Go ahead, question anything. See what happens to you when you question stuff. Didn't help Socrates. He ended up poisoned, dead.
But what is, like you just said before, why does he think this is undermining? Why was that his first thought, that you've done this on purpose to undermine him and his show or whatever? Like, why on earth would he just immediately put himself as the main star? You know, doesn't he know you have other thoughts about other things and it's not always about him?
Well, I think the amount of butthurt that obviously came about and the vitriol and the anger he admitted to, that means that there's something extra going on there, right? You've really got to look at what the fuck's going on here.
I mean, to turn it into something sexual was gross. Like, really gross. You know, he wouldn't even just have a normal discussion. Every time you spoke, he would scream at you, call you names, and call Emma names, call Rob names, call anyone who listens to you names. So me too. I'm a spastic now.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, isn't that the
know
same
who-
as the Globe guys? Isn't that rumpus? Isn't that exactly the same sort of
Yeah.
tactics?
Same reaction. Yep, same tactic, same reaction. Isn't that what you just got from? Was it you Page or the other Page that got it from Blue Marble Science?
Yeah, that's Paige. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
It's exactly the same as what you got
Exactly the
from
same
Blue,
thing.
isn't it? But asking
Identical.
similar questions. Yeah. Same, exactly the same sort of thing. There's two groups of people that don't like women being involved in it.
he seemed very concerned with people giving you money. You know, unsub. Oh, and don't give him any money. Anyone who's giving him any money, you know, you're a spastic.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you know, I'm going to support anybody that I learn from, and with, you know, with the way we've been talking to the Globers with perpendicular and verticals and all that kind of thing, I think Page's proof is pretty fucking good, and I learnt that here with you, Bev. So, you know, I supported Nathan when I was learning shit from him. Fantastic. But he kind of got stagnant and just sort of sat doing, and I needed to move on. So I did. And now all of a sudden I'm a spastic, you know, for not staying behind with them and wallowing in the shit. Like, oh, fuck you guys. Like, really?
Yeah. Well, like I came into this and heard all of Nathan's arguments. I'm not too sure that they are arguments. He just asks you for something that they can't give you, which is a backwards type of an argument, and I'm really hoping that people don't take that on. It's not a normal thing to do. I've got a super chat. Okay. Most people would not sell both their eyes for even 1 million billion. Iris is a flat ring-shaped membrane, green for grass, brown for earth, blue for water. A picture of an eye. Not so sure I understand that, but
I you expose
thank
them.
you.
I bet you it's him.
Yeah.
Back Eden, that's what it'll be.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Gadget. Love you too, everybody. Much love. But yeah, there's no need for that money stuff. I'm not asking for it. And I know Nathan's doing it so he can get more money. I don't want to. It's not the idea that's what we're doing.
But it is for him, Bev. He's made it very clear this is his job. He earns a living to support his family by doing this. And I honestly believe now he really does think you're trying to undermine him and therefore, you know, take his job away from him. But if he just stopped and brought the ego down just a second and just listened to us, he would understand what we're trying to say. That it's got nothing to do with him or his arguments. He can fucking, if he wants to keep arguing that, go for it. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I'd still like to have the conversation about the stuff, right? There's people out there that have been fooled by this modus tollens argument. They never got told how to simplify it because it's pretty obvious. No one can talk about these things. As soon as QE and Nathan set it out, then they just go a repeat mantra. Nobody else is allowed to come in and say anything.
Yeah, because they're already correct. QE already has decided he is always correct. And Nathan's already decided that QE is always correct. So if he parrots QE, then he is also always correct. So anything that anybody else has to offer is an attack. And he needs to quit it. Like, really? You need to cut it out.
Well, I'm hoping, right, that most of the things that we do, or that I've done particularly, is just hopefully to let other people see exactly what gets said. Because all of these things that get said or that I've recorded, they've happened many, many times in other arenas. There's different Discord servers. There's conversations that go on where people have been caught lying They've been caught contradicting themselves. They've managed to pass through contradictions to other people. But it's been going on day after day after day, circular argument after circular argument. They go round and round, never getting anywhere, day after day, for years, sometimes.
Well, how else do you keep going? How else do you keep a show that you're earning a living from going? Like, do you really think Nathan would ever want to have to go out and find another job somewhere else? You know, like, I mean, it's becoming pretty damn obvious that he's out for him. Fair enough, he's out for himself. He's earning a living, that's fine. But he's getting to the point where he's attacking people viciously for no reason because of it. You know, if he wasn't making a living out of this, it wouldn't bother him so much. I can guarantee it.
Well, he likes the public drama, obviously. That's what this bit was meant to be done. I don't know whether everybody noticed, but Nathan, we did this conversation yesterday, and then yesterday night, he put it out live. He doesn't normally do that. That was unprecedented. It's never been done before. And he's clipped another bit this morning.
Oh, has he? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, he's just clipped another bit out of it.
He never, I mean, you know, they kept saying, oh, we can get angular size and we can do, you know, we can take an angle to Polaris. It's like, yeah, Bev's saying you can do fuck all with that. You know, okay, there might be some, you know, small little thing you might be able to start doing. But if all you have is an angle, you're going to be able to do fuck all. That's just all there is.
But by the way, angular size is the same as an angle. You are always measuring angular size when you are measuring angle.
The size of the angle. Normally in degrees.
Nothing more. Yes, some amount of degrees. Yes. So.
But what do they think they can do with that? Okay, they've got that. Show me what can you do with that? All he would say is, "Oh, so I'm going to do something with it, am I?" Like,
they can talk about angles.
Yeah.
Apparently, you can bash somebody over the head with an angle.
You can get really triggered.
You definitely
about somebody talking about an angle. Yeah. I mean, we've been saying, right? It's obviously not flat. Everyone can see that.
It is obviously a flat.
Pardon?
It is obviously flat.
It's obviously not flat.
What is flat?
No, it is flat.
Obviously flat, but what? What is flat?
I'm just joking, guys.
I was going to say something, but I left it. I left it alone. Good. Yeah, it's obviously not flat. But then scream topography.
Well, yeah, no.
Who else says that?
The point is, right, the flat Earth has been handed to people. It's a psyop from day one. The people that handed the people flat Earth got handed people an oxymoron. Right? It's a false statement. And anybody that accepts that has been fooled by a psyop to taking hold of an oxymoron and being proud of it. You're holding a contradiction. The Earth is not flat. It's a distraction tactic. And that's been given to everybody, right? Now, making people aware of the fact that it's obviously not flat, sometimes can seem a little bit silly, right? But it's because you're in a framework where you've accepted flat Earth. The moment you accept that it's not flat, release the label, and you'll be able to see that you've been handed a paralogism. You've been handed a false conclusion, something that doesn't even belong together. Flat Earth. The Earth is the bit above the water. It obviously has an elevation change. It's not flat. It's ridiculous that anybody would want to defend an oxymoron like that. An oxymoron's something that contradicts itself, like a straight curve.
Or a sovereign citizen.
Flat
Well, that's what
Earth is another one. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's exactly why I say instead of understanding that and moving forward with that understanding, rather to double down and scream topography, but topography, but topography, in order to hold on to that model, that psyop that you've been handed. And guess who else says topography? Both sides, globe Earth, flat Earth. They say the same thing. Topography, topography, topography.
There we go.
And now both sides are talking about refraction.
Yep.
Refraction, refraction.
Blue Marble's just done, says, elevation angle to Polaris is your latitude. Zenith angle to any celestial body is 1/60th of the distance to the GP.
This is malfunction statement because in that case, you have to assume that distance to the star, and this is not Polaris, is the same as it is to Polaris. It has to be the same distance. If Blue Marble Science is claiming that, he has to assume that the distance to the different star has to be the same.
What do you mean distance to a star? How do you measure a distance to a star?
No, of course you cannot. I am only saying that if he is trying to translate this 1 nautical mile into 1 minute, he has to assume that the star, which angle 2 is measured, it has to be at the same distance from Earth, like Polaris. That's it. I am not saying that you can do that. I am just saying that you have to assume that.
I'm just saying, like, a Blue Marble seems to think that 1/60th of the distance to the GP. The GP of what?
He's saying GP of the star, but yes, it would mean that this is the same distance as to Polaris. And if he don't know what distance to Polaris is, he cannot establish distance to other star. But if he
And fuck all.
Pardon?
And fuck all with that angle.
Yeah.
Blue thinks he has, though. He says he can find the 60th of the distance to the GP of what, any light in the sky. It's impressive. Measuring an angle and you can tell the 60th of the distance to the...
But the 60th distance, we still don't know how to translate it into miles. So what's the use of that 1/60th?
60th. Well done, Blue. I hope Nathan, I hope you're listening. You've got the support of Blue if you go along with an elevation angle to Polaris is your latitude. That's doing something with an angle, I think. Calling it latitude, naming it. Jolly good. Zenith angle to any celestial body is 1/60th of the distance to the GP. It's impressive, that. I bet your angle shifts from where you're measuring it to somewhere else. I bet you do a little magic trick. An Alberuniism. Measure an external angle, then internalize it, and then do some fancy mathematics with the angle. I know how it works. I know how the magic trick works. I can point out the magic trick as well. A bit like pointing at the magic trick about the black swan, which we can do. We're going to come up with the black swan. In fact, the offer's there for anybody if you want to know what a real black swan is. We have this statement, right? If all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontal planes are parallel to one another. Now, all horizontal planes are parallel to one another. Blue Marble will remember this. And in order for you to disprove that statement, what you would need is what we call a black swan. And the black swan for this particular statement would be to show a horizontal that is either not parallel to the plane of the horizon or not parallel to another horizontal. That's what we will call a black swan. Now, anyone would only ever need to see one of those to be able to say, well, that does it then. It can't be, but to this day, nobody's ever shown that horizontals aren't parallel to one another, because it's a geometric statement of truth that all horizontal planes and lines are parallel to one another. It's because that's how horizontals work. It's just geometry. The perpendicular. It's a straight line or plane. Geometry tells us about how perpendiculars work. It's just a straight line as well, really, when you think about it. And a straight line is just the shortest distance between 2 points, though. What have you got, really, to argue against? That's what you'd have to be doing. I mean, they do have mantras to shout out at certain times. Reciprocal zenith angles. But, like George said the other day, you're not allowed to have perpendicular. You're not allowed to have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. And that must be really upsetting for you guys. And I'm sorry to point that out to people. There's no need to get upset, particularly Nathan. Don't think it's about you if I say vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Don't get upset. I might have to put qualifiers at the beginning of all of my shows, right? For any flat earthers listening, right? The statements we make here are just geometric statements of fact, truth, proofs. So please don't get upset and get all butthurt if you think one of them happens to relate to something that you've got going on in your head. And maybe somebody's trying to incite you into something, about something. Don't get upset about it, Nathan. Don't listen to Sleeping Warrior either. He might be leading you astray. Or he might be doing exactly what he's meant to be doing. Causing shit. He's good at doing that. We know. And we know the team and how the team works. So, yeah, don't get upset about us saying certain things. Most of the time, we're just talking about logic and geometry and reality. We're not really that bothered about the flat earth debate arena. I know it's a big thing to you, Nathan, and it's a big thing to a lot of people, and you've been into it and you're fully committed to what you've got to do. You've got your own team of people that do the circular argument things. You've got deflections and distractions, and this is just a latest drama attempt. Well done. But we'll carry on to do just simple logic. Now, Nathan said he doesn't even want me in FE. And not that I want to be in FE. I've never been in FE.
I thought he said, I thought he did a baller and said, or he might have said, you're not even an FE. I thought he said, but you are an FE, just like the ballers say, you know, don't deny it, you're a flat earther.
Any horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical at the same position. What? Nice. Nice one, Hex. Yeah, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. We know.
Always.
Yeah. Everywhere. It never isn't. In case you wanted to, I mean, you could always show us, see if there's a black swan for that statement. Just show us a horizontal and a vertical that aren't perpendicular to each other, and then you've got another black swan. That's how black swans work. You just go, no, look, here. Look at this. Which I'm not too sure whether that was the way it was intended. Can you actually think about what the black swan would be of QE's black swan? Was he saying that it was the black swan? Did everybody get that? That was the black swan, or did you sort of understand that you were meant to go and get your own one?
If QE was referring to his picture or picture he presented, that would mean that thousands of other pictures show something else, which is not true. So in fact, this picture is not a black swan. Really.
Yeah, my understanding of it was that the black swan is out there for you. The idea is, I thought initially with the idea of QEs was to let people know that you can do this for yourself. If you wanted to find your own black swan, then the means were laid out for you to be able to do it for yourself. Didn't seem to be the way that it went. It turned into a fallacious conclusion about falsifying a radius that was never really brought into question. It's I don't know whether you could call it deceiving or not, because they're trying to get rid of the radius when it wasn't that. It was just that one particular number. I don't know. I'm still struggling as to work out the entire play about how it's played out, because I know I've heard Nathan say it quite a lot. They got rid of the radius in 2019, was it? It didn't. That's 3 years of people hearing that, thinking that QE's black swan that isn't really a black swan. Is Blue in here? Yeah. Good evening, Blue Marble Science. Good to have the Blue Marble scientific community around here. I know you're big supporters of Nathan Oakley at the minute and his tactics. You quite like that. You admire Nathan Oakley for being able to do like that sort of stuff. You're thinking of allowing him into the Blue Ops team. Imagine you can work well together. Hush, hush. Keep it in the background. You can both do well out of it. Try and dismiss a simple geometric argument. Pretend it's all about an Earth shape thing when it's got fuck all to do with Earth shape. It's just a geometric proof thing.
So Blue and Nathan are on the same team now, it appears.
Strange bedfellows these times make, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Blue, seriously? You're aligned with Nathan, the lying navigator? Way to go, bro.
Blue's trying to help out, though, within the navigation thing. Seeing as, like, Nathan's never going to talk about it, Blue's the one that now steps in and has a go
Maybe
about...
Blue could get the angle and give it to Nathan. Here, Nathan, here's your angle.
He's got the
What are you
GP.
going to do with it, Nathan? I don't know, Blue. I have no clue. I was asked the other day, and I had no idea what to do after the angle, Blue. So maybe you should start navigating, because I have no clue. But I did watch my sister do it once. You lying shit. Dishonest liar. And by the way, were you not taught manners when you grew up, Nathan? Did your mom not teach you how to talk to women, Nathan? Apparently not, because you don't know how to talk to women. Or you're afraid of what are you? Are you a soy boy, Nathan? Yeah, you sound like a soy boy. Do strong women scare you, Nathan? Yeah, apparently they do.
He's I think he's got a special with you. I think he's going to cut that out.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
hope
think
you
so.
do. And Nathan, if you grow a pair, right? You grow a pair and you want to have an adult conversation, Nathan, without your button. And by the way, the conversation that he put out on me, half of it, it's his mute button on it because he doesn't have any cojones to have a conversation. So Nathan, if you grow any cojones, you know where to find me, Nathan. Anytime.
Yeah, he has to gag you first, SC.
I will expose you for the liar and shyster you are. Anybody subscribe to this guy? If you're giving this guy money, you're a fool. I'm sorry to tell you. You've been fooled by this shyster. You think you're the tip of the spear? You're the butt of the spear. You're the butt of everybody's jokes. Newsflash, Nathan. Everybody laughs at you. Everybody. Even the flat earthers, Nathan, were laughing at you. You know why? Because you have nothing but hate and vitriol. Flat earth debate. What a joke. You don't debate over there. You mute. Flat earth mute. That's what I'm going to call you from now on. Flat earth mute. You really think you're somebody, huh, Nathan? Let me tell you. You're a joke. You're a flat earth liability. That's what you are. And you heard it from me. SC Montreal. How does it taste, Nathan? You like the taste? Gargle it. See how easy it is to do that? Very simple. That's all you do. Gargle. Gargle it, you fucking clown. That's all you do. It's about time somebody told you that. You're nothing, Nathan. You're a loser, a shyster, and a clown.
I don't even know whether he's going to be listening. He probably won't, will he? Why would Nathan want to listen
Okay.
after us doing this?
The word will get out. Somebody will tell him.
All his little yes men will be listening for him, whether he's listening or not. It was so ironic when he said that you live in an echo chamber full of yes men when he's got, I'm not going to say the names, but he's got all those guys that just agree with everything they say. Yeah, my jaw hit the floor so many times during that conversation.
I asked them, what do you do? Let's say you have the angle, right? You're going to save everybody now, Nathan. You got the angle. You're the man that's going to save everybody on the boat. And I asked him.
So I'm going to do something with it then, MISC.
Yeah. I asked the Joker, so what are you going to do? You know what his response was? I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to do nothing.
Yeah, he literally said, don't tell him. Everyone, shut up. Don't tell him. Don't tell him what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Man, how fucking old are you? Like, honestly, this is ridiculous.
But at the same time, he demanded from Bev that when he was talking about this angle, that means that he was doing something. So also double standard. So this is completely
his
ridiculous.
feeble brain, his little child brain can't understand when somebody says you can do fuck all with an angle. That means that one single angle. And yes, Nathan, you can do fuck all with it. Nothing with a single angle. If you're not smart enough to understand that, you got issues, my friend. Unbelievable. I went there to make the peace. I said, I think there's a misunderstanding. And Mr. Nathan, oh, he couldn't have that. Ooh.
He was too triggered, SE.
Yeah, he's a triggered little soy boy.
Yep.
Isn't the whole point that the ballers were trying, like, didn't this whole saying come about from talking to the globe?
Ruhiv. This was from Ruhiv's page.
Yeah. So
Ruhiv.
why, this is what I don't understand, is why this ever even started in the first place. Why the hell does Nathan think this has anything to do with him? You know, to me, that is such blatant, ego. Just he must be thinking, oh, well, everybody's talking about me. Everything's about me. They're trying to undermine me.
Sleeping Warrior went round there about the thing about Ruhif. About watching a video about Ruhif and the me saying that level being horizontal has got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. That was the statement that initially started the triggering, but for somehow it's got around to the angle. Now, maybe the video that Sleeping Warrior got Nathan to watch, maybe that had Buster at the beginning of it. Maybe that was the video that said Buster sang you can do fuck all with an angle, and maybe that's what triggered Nathan. Maybe listening to a Buster song did it. Who knows?
But why does he even care what you're doing, what you're saying about angles and shit? Like, if he thinks his arguments are so brilliant...
Oh, there you go. It's Cleary. Cleary's probably been talking shit. He's coming to help as well. Look, range finding uses an angle to calculate distance. Nice.
Wow,
Cleary.
that's very clever of you, Cleary.
Sticking up for Blue Marble.
Yep, the team has assembled.
Yeah.
To me, that's fuck all. Like, fuck all doesn't mean nothing to me. It just means, basic, like, you can take one little step and that's it. You're stuck. You got to have more shit. That's what fuck all means to me. But for some reason, they think it means absolutely nothing. You can't even talk about an angle. You can't even admit an angle exists. It's like, fucking hell, what is going on?
Somebody told Nathan that a sextant works, right? He has no freaking clue, never touched one, never used one, right? Now, when I asked him what do you do after you take the angle, he was caught off surprise because nobody has ever asked Nathan, big Nathan, that. And it's obvious he didn't have the simplest clue. I did. I knew. You know why? Because I looked into it. I knew what you got to do. But Nathan had no clue, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing. He had no idea. And on top of that, he lied to me. He told me, because he asked me, he said, SC, have you ever used the sextant? I go, no, Nathan, I never used the sextant. He goes, well, I have. I have with my sister. 2 minutes later, he admitted that, no, I was watching my sister do it. Yeah, you're a liar, Nathan. You want to play games? We'll play games.
Teamwork. I can see Flat Earth Society all over this.
If you've ever given Nathan any money, or if you give him money now, you're getting swindled. He's a swindler. He says he has on Flat Earth debate. Well, I went there yesterday to debate, and I got told to fuck off. He muted me, and he deafened me. Imagine, this is a new thing now. Not only are we muting, we're deafening people. You know what? Nobody wants to listen to you anyway, Bubba.
Larry says you can calculate your latitude with an angle to Polaris.
That's what Blue Marble says, isn't it?
Calculate it, you don't need to calculate
It's not
anything.
much of a calculation
because
involved.
the angle is the latitude, so you don't need to calculate
Calculating
anything.
an angle, another genius.
They
Well, let
don't
me
care.
see. I measure 45 degrees. Let me get my book out. So we have 45, and we
Degrees.
put that over 1. And then we say that equals 45 degrees. Pat on the
But-
back. Genius calculator.
Yes, because you know the difference is that original angle is elevation angle, and therefore it is not elevation angle but latitude angle. So you know the difference is big, isn't it?
You see, the issue is not really the angle. The issue is how a grown man, right, cannot handle a little bit of criticism. That's the issue, right? Everybody knows, well, not everybody, but people know navigation works, has been working for hundreds of years. The issue is how a grown man cannot discuss the issue, resorts to name calling, even assaults women. That's my beef.
There's a lot of people have problems with women, particularly Emma too, as well.
Yeah,
Always
one of the
found that
nicest
a bit
people.
strange. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out Emma and shout out Paige, two of my favorite strong women.
I second that. I've always said that there needs to be more women in this, but why would they want to get involved?
Yeah, with wankers like Nathan, why would they, after hearing that, why would they come in here? Yeah.
It's not just Nathan. Not just Nathan. And I bet a lot of women that have been involved in this know what it's like to do that as well. I mean, I imagine that women get a lot more DMs that you never get to see. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in the background that women have going on that most blokes within this sort of arena just don't get to see. Be aware of that. And like, who's meant to be in this arena? What's it all about? Here, it's about conversation. Is that what Nathan seems to be bringing in? Does he want conversation? Does he want to bring people in? Does he want to show people what they're going to experience when they come in within the learning process of the flat earth debate arena whenever they're around any flat earth supermen? Is that what women are meant to expect? Is that what anybody's meant to expect?
Can't have a conversation. Every time I went to explain, he just cut me off. That's not conversing.
Mm.
You
Not
ask
at all.
a very inconvenient question. And by the way, he didn't answer this question. What are you doing with this angle while you measured it? He didn't answer through whole, let's say, conversation. So for 2 hours, he didn't respond to that. Don't know why.
That's why he got rid of me, because he knew I wasn't going to sit down and take while some moron starts insulting all my friends, right? And after I asked him that question, he knew he was sunk. He knew it, because he knew he couldn't answer that question. So the only way out was ridicule and mute.
Control
That's
the
why.
arena.
Yeah, that's why, Nathan, you wouldn't survive 5 minutes with anybody outside your box. I seen your debate, your last debate. Can I have Where's That's all you were saying. Where's Call yourself a debater. What a joke. See, how does it feel? How does it feel, Nathan? Listening to somebody slack you off while you can't answer? Feels bad, huh? Yeah, you clown. How does it taste, Nathan? Does it taste good? That's what you do. Get a taste of what you do. That's all you do. Look how easy it is. I can do this all night. Sit here and slack you off. Tell
Clary's
everybody
white
how you work.
knighting for Nathan in the chat, though, Essie. You'd be aware.
Who's white knighting?
Clary.
Yeah, Cleary. Yeah. Uh-huh.
He's Nathan's spokesperson, White Knight.
Right. Well, anytime any of you grow a pair of cojones, you want to have a conversation, you know where to find me. I'll stop now. I said enough.
He's his own person, Clary. As are you.
It wouldn't have been hard for Nathan to say, hang on, Emma, just hold on a second. Let me talk to you one at a time. But his first response was to scream and tell her to shut the fuck up, stupid bitch, or whatever it was.
Yeah,
It's like,
oh, sorry, Pete.
go on, Essie, go on.
I was just going to say you're sticking up for Nathan Cleary. Good man. Good man. And he didn't let me talk for an hour. If I said a few sentences is about it. And Cleary, what you heard, the tape that he put out, half of it, he muted me.
Clary was
That's
in
right.
there listening.
Oh, that's right. So you heard it, Cleary. You heard it. Now listen to the tape and see. Half of what I said is muted. You know why? Because he's afraid. He's afraid that it got out that he doesn't know shit about navigation. He watched his sister navigate, the liar, and he told me that he did it while he was slacking me off. Yeah.
Clary thinks he's been studying us for years.
He probably has, because he's one of the ones who likes to sit in the background and shit stir.
Yeah.
Like, properly shit stir and interfere in people's lives. So, who the fuck is Cleary? Don't know. Never heard of him. Don't give a fuck what he says.
Go over there and join the team. You'd make a good member.
Clary's been studying us nicely. Is that why all of this plan's been put into action at the minute, Clary? Or did you not learn anything? It seems a bit desperate at the minute. This seems very desperate. Don't know what's going on. Let us in, Clary. What's the plan? Is there a rush job? Say, we've had loads of people round here. Not right, Clary.
Cleary's still pissed off. He had a little fight with somebody here. Oh, and we didn't take his side. Oh, run along now. Get a tissue, you little soy boy, you. We're surrounded by freaking half men. Half men is what you guys are, not even half men.
I think you're right, Essie. I think that's why they're so threatened by the strong women like Paige and Emma.
Yeah. Shameful behavior. Shameful.
I mean, it's weird. What's the idea of studying a group of people? What do you think you're doing?
What do you do with that? Yeah. Is it
Who do you
to,
give the study to when you do the report? Who
Right.
do you hand it into? Right, Kev? When you do a report, you got to hand it into somebody,
yeah,
no?
you do. Yeah, you do.
Uh-huh.
Who are you handing in your reports to, Cleary?
Or plan something to do something with that group of people.
Yeah. It's a little bit weird to say that sort of stuff.
Yeah, interesting admission.
Hmm. And everybody just thought we had people round here come and have a discussion, listen to the arguments that we bring, have a conversation with normal people, get away from all of that other ridiculous bullshit. But oh no. No, there's people like Cleary that study groups of people like us. I don't know what that's meant to mean.
Well, anyone who studies the behavior of people in this topic and then behaves the way you're doing, Cleary, I think you're talking bullshit.
Yeah. Sounds like one of the mental patients pretending that they run the mental house.
Mm-hmm. If you're just going to sit there and not try and, see where things are wrong and where things need changing and pointing it out, then I don't know why you're so interested in studying a group of people.
It's like a scripted thing. People writing plays. People got to have a finger in the pie.
Oh, I have to own up to sometimes, yes, I can be a bitch. But I would never, ever just speak to someone like, it's just not necessary in the first sentence you say to someone.
Well, and did you want to clarify, by the way, what you were doing, what you were trying to exemplify by the things that you were saying? Because I don't think anyone there got it at all.
No, I don't think they. Well, the people who got it. Do you know what I mean? The people it was meant for saw what I was doing. That's all that matters. But yeah, I was basically trying to turn it, mirror them, and do exactly what they did, and watch their reaction after they'd just been doing exactly the same thing to Bev.
And you got muted and booted basically for that.
Muted, deafened within the first sentence, called a bitch.
Yep.
Told you shut the fuck up. And then when I did get to, say my piece, like I said, I just mirrored what they had all just been doing for the previous 20 minutes. And every single one of it was, they didn't like it. They hated it.
It's called double standard.
Absolutely. And I don't mean to bring the whole women thing up again, but that's why they don't stick around this topic. The behind the scenes, the things that the guys brush over and they allow to happen, it's awful. You have to be a strong kind of female to put up with it. And yes, I may have changed my tactic now. I am quite blunt, straightforward, and I say what I think. When I first came into this, I spent 2 years being myself, completely, totally honest, nice to everyone, couldn't do enough for anybody. Both sides, everybody in this argument. And nothing was any different then than it is now. So what am I supposed to do? What are women supposed to do in this topic? Are they supposed to just stay away?
Negative.
Exactly. And you can't make a women's only space because that's just ridiculous, because having a load of women together just doesn't work.
Yeah, yeah.
The same as having a load of men together doesn't work.
Indeed.
No,
Can
but
you imagine?
isn't that what we've done here, right? There's a Discord server where anybody can come and talk. I mean, people have been here. People have been for the conversations. And anybody's welcome to come and have a discussion. Just get away from all of that bullshit. There is somewhere that you can come and have a chat. And we'll try and let you in on all of the fucking sneaky tactics of shit that's gone on in all of this. Give you an idea of reality. Emma's going to be honest, right? We all are quite open with everything that we talk about. And we've got nothing to hide about anything. There are things that we don't like just talking about in public, because I feel it's stuff that's not meant to be going out there, right? But we know all sorts of shit about people. We talk about it in the Discord server, but it's not worth talking about it publicly, causing a massive drama. But if you've got questions, come on in and come and ask us. There is some good fucking stories to be told. Right, Emma?
Yeah, you caught me just as I stuck a quality straight in my mouth. But yes.
Imagine last night when he was slagging off Emma. Imagine if his mother or aunt or somebody decide, oh, let me see what my son is talking about today. Imagine if mom turned on the channel and listened to you while you were saying that. Unbelievable. How do you think your mom would have felt?
Clary says this is his server. You give it away, Clary. Nice, though. Maybe that's why he thinks he gets upset.
It doesn't
Oh, fuck
matter.
me. Jesus, right. If it is that much of a big deal, right, I can go and make a new server in 5 seconds and everybody will be moved by this time tomorrow. Let me know, Cleary, okay? We'll make it all public as well.
No, DP's already got the clothing line, the X level. He's got all of that sort of stuff. DP's making all of that money. Cleary's got an idea that he thinks he owns the Discord server.
Yeah, and you forget, guys, none of this is an individual thing. It's all a group effort.
He's got the me bot. I think I pay for that. I think I pay for the nitros. Cleary, you've got fuck all, mate. So bad.
Oh, I guess you should. I mean, tell the story about how this server came about, because this isn't. We didn't need this server, did we?
No.
We had a server set up. We had, I think, maybe 3 or 4 different servers already set up, all fine. I decided I didn't want the Clovers in our particular server. I had enough of the argument, wanted to get away from it. This is going back 2 years now. And at the time, Cleary had made a server that was just sat there, empty, not doing anything. He said, I don't want it anymore. Does someone want it? And it was handed over to Yoda, who's not here to speak. So it was handed over and it was going to be gaming server. And we then added because I didn't want the Globers in the other server, we thought we'd move that section over with the gaming into one server, which had been given away freely. There is no way to just take a server off someone. You have to hand it over freely. So, anything else? Did I miss anything?
Other than Cleary was the one that handed it over because he didn't fucking want it.
Well, yeah,
Now he's
that's what I
saying
mean, he
it's
didn't
his
want it.
server.
Mm-hmm. Anybody who knows Discord knows that you have to hand over a Discord server, and an empty one that you're not using with no one really in it. I don't understand the problem. If you hadn't had given that server, we would have just made a new one. I feel like he did it on purpose, so at the end of the day, he could do exactly what he's doing now.
And pretend he owns it all.
Yes. Yeah.
Hmm.
This is what people do, and I don't know the motivations behind it. I have no idea. I just know part of human nature, and Cleary's doing some dodgy shit.
Yeah. Like I say, we're just talking. We're just on YouTube. We're just normal people, and we've just sat here in a Discord server. Obviously, a lot of people get butthurt about it. It's really strange. They seem to be all a little bit butthurt and greedy because they want something out of it. They want something out of a group of people that are just here to talk. So what do they think they can take from it?
Just wants attention.
They're just like succubuses.
Yeah,
All of them. Nathan Oakley, QE, Cleary, Blue Marble Science, Rumpus. What have they all got in common?
Bev, I think Rob wants to be unmuted, please.
Okay. There you go.
You page.
Yeah,
Sorry,
shout
Rob.
out Rob as well. He tried to have a few words.
Rob,
How did it go for you, Rob, when you tried to talk? How did it go for you?
You were so quiet that we forgot that you are here.
No, I'm talking about he's a 3-year member. He didn't even know your name. When you told him your name, he called you a dude. He didn't even have the decency to remember your name, Rob, after you told him you were a member for 3 years.
I'm the only one that got an apology, though.
What happened?
He did. He got an apology.
Oh, he got an apology.
Yeah,
okay.
Nathan said he got really, really angry. I made Nathan angry, and he was in such a rage. He shouted at Arwin. That was me. I made Nathan shout at Arwin, and I also apparently put him in such a rage that he had to go at Rob when he didn't really mean to. That was my fault.
It's a bit concerning if somebody can fall into such a rage that they attack others. Like,
it's a bit strange, isn't it, Paige?
Yeah, like what happens when the ballers upset him? Does he then go and take it out on his wife and kids? Or...
I was going to say, yeah, what about that? What about when his wife upsets him?
Yeah, what about when she upsets him? Oh, my goodness. Like, you can't control your emotions. That's pretty worrying.
Yeah, it's not good.
I would say that this is strange that people can go to blind rage talking about angles. That's, for me, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, one angle.
Exactly.
One angle.
One angle.
Not even many, just one single angle.
Did you notice too, though, that getting angry made him turn sexual as well? Like as if anger and him screaming at people and belittling people was getting him off. He said it was. So that, to me, that's fucking scary.
My God. Hey,
Didn't-
I mean,
imagine,
that's
you
like,
think his
that's like
neighbors hear him? You think his
serial
neighbors hear him when he
killer.
yells? Oh, sorry, Paige.
No,
Go
off you
on,
go.
Paige. I was just saying, you think his neighbors hear him when he yells like that? That's pretty loud, huh? And I hear the houses in in England are, the walls are pretty thin, apparently.
He's got it soundproofed, hasn't he?
Yeah. Now we know why. So if anybody donated money to Nathan for his soundproofing, now you know why you did it. Maybe that's a good thing, so all his neighbors don't realize what a psychopath he is.
It's just a character, though, right? Could just be a YouTube character.
God, I hope so.
I don't
Because-
know, bro. I don't think that's acting. Honestly. I mean,
Well,
I could have
I don't
seen
think
the color of his veins.
well, if it's not, just like Paige and Emma were saying, it's scary. If it's not an act, I hope it's an act.
If it's an act, he should have been an actor. Since he's not an actor, he probably failed at that. We know it's not an act. I mean, you can't. That's an act like that. That kind of from the gut, like, it's crazy, man. That's a madman. That is like the Hulk, you know? You're not well, Nathan. You're not stable. I think you should get like some help. Seriously.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah, or at least tell us what we can do with an angle.
He didn't know, Rob. I asked him, okay, here's your angle. Calm down. Here's your angle. Now, you're in the ocean. You have your angle. You have your chronometer, right? What do you do next? Or I asked him, what's the 3 things that you do right away as soon as you take the angle? He doesn't know. He didn't know.
And then he went to conclusion that we can talk about angle, and that's why we are doing something to the angle. This is funny because if I am predicating that that cat is black, it means that I am doing something to that cat because I am talking about that cat. Maybe I am creating that cat. Who knows? I am creator. I created.
That's
cat
how simple
by
he is.
predicating about
Yeah.
him.
An amazing turn of events.
Happy Christmas.
Indeed.
I think of the way it started, Essie, right? We started off with proof, didn't we? We
Yeah.
started off with the proof, and now we've ended up at the end of the year, which I would say we've pretty much gathered enough proof that we need to know now that this whole arena is a fucking farce. It's completely,
That's right,
it's completely set up to make everybody fail at everything.
I had forgotten about the proof for proof challenge.
Yeah.
That's right.
And we will be
Yeah, it
going
didn't have
over
to
to
go
James.
down that way, you know? All he had to do is say, okay, I see. Explain to me, what do you guys mean when you say you can do fuck all with an angle? And I would have told him, Nathan, look, man, we know about navigation. We know you can take an angle, get the chronometer, get the book out, right?
No,
The
well,
almanac.
that's making it about them and their argument.
Yeah, but that's the
It isn't
thing.
about that, right? they got butthurt about that particular celestial navigation argument, as do the globe guys. They get butthurt about it. But it's not that. It's a simple geometric statement. You can do fuck all with an angle, right? Now, they can try and imply the geometrical reasoning of the angle into their arguments. But they can't fully employ the geometrical reasoning because it's a truth statement. They have to employ some other means. Now, at some point, one of the sides of this thing will try and explain what the fuck they're talking about. The conversation's going to be there, ready for it.
I told them the first time I went there, I said, look, this argument is incomplete, right? I told them. Why? Well, because there's questions. People ask this question. People ask that question. You know, I told them then, you should have stuck with the black swan. At least the black swan is a solid argument. You have an oil rig there. You can make an argument with that. But with a freaking angle in the sky, there's 1,000,001 questions you got to answer. I told them that months ago when I went on.
Interesting. So a couple of questions that are coming about. I've got this one with Mike. He's obviously talking to the globe celestial navigation guys, not the flat earth celestial navigation guys. Again, there seems to be a bit of a contradiction in the fact that both of these two groups of people are imagining the same thing about the same celestial navigation, but nobody really wants to talk about why they're different. So now, Brian, I'm going to be talking about the thing on the table, which is Betty, not anybody else, right? Not in the flat earth guys. This is specifically talking about the one in the chat, right? So Mike says to them, somebody might be able to point this out to us. He says, you clearly haven't, unless you imagine a grid, which brings us to the point, are latitude and longitude perpendicular where they intersect? Because that would give us a grid system, obviously. Just a question, just ask yourself, are they perpendicular? Unless you imagine a grid, do you imagine a grid? 60 nautical miles by 60 nautical mile squares. Take all the time you need, he says. Go on, off you go. And then he goes, oh, wait. You imagine you can't measure horizontal distances in reality because you belong to a tiny band of internet weirdos. And Betty says, that's right. That's right. He imagines that you cannot measure a horizontal distance. And he admits it.
Wow. And let me answer Brian in the chat. Yes, Brian, I just posted it. Perpendicularity error, side error, and index error. There you go, Brian. Your boy Nathan didn't know that.
Can you explain in context?
Sounds like
Because
more than
I
an
don't
angle.
understand fully. What does it mean?
Well, when you take a reading, right? When you first take a reading, first of all, I'm not an expert in this, right? I can tell you like the small stuff that I know. When you take a reading with a sextant, right? You have to do corrections. A sextant has all kinds of corrections. So you gotta adjust the mirrors. The first thing you do after you take the angle is you put it to 0, you put the knob to 0, and you see if the mirrors are equal. If they're higher or lower, then when you do your calculations, you got to subtract or add. Right, Brian? Then you do the height of I. Right, Brian? Your boy Nathan had no clue about this stuff, bro. And I'm not saying I'm an expert, but he had no clue. All he had to do was have a simple conversation, Brian, and look what happened.
What is side error?
There's there's a series of mirrors, right? And when you look through it, okay, it's like it's hard to explain because when you look at the horizon, it splits, right? So when you look through it, you gotta adjust it to bring it to bring the mirrors at equal, like parallel.
Okay, I understand. Yes, I know what you are talking about. Okay.
So all these adjustments have to be done, right? And adjusted for, because the sextant has all kinds of errors. Right, Brian?
He's not worth talking to us. He's been told not to talk to us, Brian. Don't get yourself in trouble with Nathan. It's not worth it, Brian. Not for us, anyway.
I actually like Brian. I like Brian.
Brian's logic?
Yeah.
Yes, he's very kind. I would say that you can say that he is saying something wrong, but I would say that he's polite and civil, and you can make conversation.
You can have a conversation
yes,
with him. Yeah.
Yes.
Unlike Nathan,
He seems to
screaming,
misrepresent
yelling.
the shit out of me. But I mean, yeah, he's okay. Brian's a good guy.
Yeah, they seem to be really pissed off with you. Yeah, some personal shit there. Yeah. But it didn't have to go down that way, Brian. All he had to do was let me explain to him what we meant when we say you can do fuck all with an ankle. Would have been very simple. One sentence, 2 sentences, and this would not have happened, bro.
How do you calculate the adjacent?
That's what I caught up on as well.
On the
Calculate
angle.
your adjacent.
I just want to say I like
Adjacent-
Brian too.
Adjacent, along with this, let's say, calculations, should be given. Because
Yeah, you see, Brian knows what you got to do. You know what you got to do, Brian. But Nathan didn't know that, bro. Nathan, your boy, had no clue about this, bro. And I'm not an expert either. I just did some cursory things to learn about it. But Nathan had no freaking clue, Brian. Think about that.
I still cannot understand how can you while measuring this angle to some star, not Polaris, how can you recalculate this 1 minute into 1 nautical mile? I still don't get it.
Just for ease, isn't it? It's just for ease. I mean, 60, 69 nautical miles, 60 for a minute dividing. It makes it easy for one, doesn't it? It's just an easy way to make it work.
I can't understand that 1 degree per 69 miles or 60 nautical miles on the ground to Polaris. But I cannot understand how it can be translated to other stars, which are supposed to be at different heights. For me, it doesn't work. Maybe I don't understand something, but maybe there is someone who can explain it to me.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's always got me, and Brian knows this because the very first time Brian came round here, we think we told him, you can't put a position of a light in the sky on the ground. The geometric reasoning for doing that, like Papers just said, if you do it for one light in the sky and you make everything relative to that, then brilliant. But if you do it to another light in the sky, then aren't you assuming a similar relationship between all of the lights in the sky to that first one that you were dealing with? Geometrically. If you're dealing with angles and straight lines, then what have you got to go with?
Brian's logic is saying there is no height attributed to the celestial bodies. Therefore, you cannot make celestial navigation. Sorry.
Yeah, what's that about? How'd you put a position on the ground? Where's that come from?
Because you cannot have triangle if you don't know the height on one of these legs. One of these legs is your horizontal. The other leg in this triangle, right angle triangle, is vertical. And if you don't know the height, so you cannot know the other adjacent also, because hypotenuse, you don't know length of hypotenuse, so you cannot know the other legs also. It is impossible until you assume that you know, but still it is not in this calculation. So I cannot understand this process, how it is calculated, because from what Nathan said, of course, he didn't say anything, but even from what 10th man said during like 2 years, I still don't understand how this distance is translated. This 16 nautical miles per degree to other stars. And now Brian is saying that we don't know the vertical distance to the star. So for me, it makes it just impossible. Or these navigators have some assumptions which are hidden for normal people. I don't know.
I've not heard any of that sort of stuff. We have been asking people. Now, we obviously know that within this arena, no fucker has done this. Right? Nobody's done it. Except a memory Nathan may have of his sister doing it at some point. Maybe stories. But it's just measuring an angle with a sextant. Right? That's step one. Everyone can imagine that they can measure an angle. It's the step 2 part. What the fuck do you do with the angle? Nobody's ever answered us. And because of my logical understanding and my geometric understanding, I haven't got a fucking clue what you're meant to do with it. To my understanding, you can do fuck all with an angle. So, nobody else telling us any different. Or some people say, well, you just times it by 60. Why?
And Brian's still insisting only the adjacent length is given. I would say not, it is not given. How? If it is given, it means that navigator is assuming the height of the star is the same as to Polaris, from ground to Polaris. So vertical distance from ground to Polaris, whatever it is, has to be the same, assumed as the same as to other stars. Otherwise, this ratio, 1 mile per 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, wouldn't work. So it needs further explanation why they are assuming the same height of the stars.
Well, they call that the celestial whatever or other. That's, yeah, you're right. They assume they're all the same
Yes,
distance. That's
and
correct.
it doesn't match statement that this is celestial sphere. It cannot work if the celestial sphere is a sphere. It cannot be a sphere because
Yeah, let's get one thing straight. No one is questioning celestial navigation, whether it works or not. We know it works. Let's get that clear.
yes, but still, it doesn't add. This is my point.
Yeah, we reserve
what
the right to question. And if we have any questions, we reserve the right to do that. Period. Like we do with everything else.
But does celestial navigation only work on a globe?
No, I can tell you absolutely no. Celestial navigation has been done for centuries, for thousands of years. The Polynesians navigated, okay? The Polynesians had an area from Hawaii, New Zealand, and what's that island with those statues, those stone statues? Forgot the name of it. Anyways, they had a, yes, sir, thank you. They had all that area, the Polynesians, and they navigated all that way. They didn't use no book. They didn't use no sextant. They didn't have no clock, no watch, and they did it. So there you go. A lot of cultures were doing navigation. There's not only one system, celestial navigation, to navigate. No, there's many. The Chinese were doing it. The Arabs were doing it way before the Europeans. Okay?
yes, so if sky is not flat in navigation, then assuming the same height to the other stars as to Polaris is invalid. It shouldn't be done. And that's why this is my question, that it doesn't add this different height. And I would say, because Brian is saying that it is not it is not taken into consideration the height of the star, which is for me it is nonsense, because this elevation angle should give you a distance to the star. So it should be done, and it doesn't add. For me, this is circular reasoning, because this 60 miles, nautical miles per degree, at given you have to have given height, or at least assumed height of the star. And then if you are trying to translate it into other star, which is not at the same height, but still they are supposedly calculate that as it was at the same height as Polaris, to have this ratio, 1 degree per nautical mile. For me, it doesn't add with a celestial sphere model.
Look, this is not rocket science, right? The people that were navigating, they saw the stars, they saw that they were coming around. They saw Polaris was in a fixed position. They used the sun and the moon to navigate. This is not a, it's been done for thousands of years. This is
The,
not
assu-
in question.
the assumption from Brian, though, is that their process had to be similar, SE. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's
Well,
an
no.
assumption I just can't agree with. I can't. They didn't have a
Sorry,
sextant.
Brian.
They didn't have a book.
Yeah,
They
they
didn't
didn't
have
have
a
a.
chronometer set to Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah,
So what the
Brian.
fuck?
Sorry.
What the fuck did they do?
As you can see, Brian, the subject is open. It's not as clear cut as you guys think it is, man. They did not use the same method. Absolutely. Are you telling me they had the almanac, the Polynesians, who never had contact with the Western world until Captain Cook went there, Brian? You're going to tell me they had the same methods? Come on, bro. Seriously. You're going to tell me the Chinese and the Arabs, which were sailing the high seas way before the Europeans, you're going to tell me they had an almanac? No, Brian. No, they didn't use the same methods, bro. Maybe they used the same stars, yes, but not the same methods, bro. I mean, just because you guys discovered celestial navigation, don't think you found like the Rosetta Stone or something, man. No, I say again, the Black Swan is a 10 times better argument than this. You got a freaking rig, it's in the water, there's no way around it. But here you got lights in the sky and calculations and books and this correction and that correction. Come on, man. That's a solid thing for you.
Or gyroscope. Gyroscope is just debunking globe Earth immediately, and they cease to use that argument at all. It is erased from flat Earth debate. Why? Don't know. Because maybe Bob Nodell just said that it is not allowed anymore. Don't know. This is
Yeah,
simple. This is simple argument. Just you can go with gyroscope in your car. You don't need to be on the aeroplane. You can go in the car with gyroscope to check through, let's say, through the Europe in whatever direction, and you can check if there is precession or not. Simple. There is not. There is no globe. No need to look to the sky.
My argument is this, Brian. My beef actually is this. Your guys' argument, you have an argument, fine. All I wanted to do was just ask a couple of questions, right, from the beginning, and see, because I saw some faults in it, right? Remember, I came by and I told you about the book, the magic book, the almanac, and I was telling you guys, well, look, this is a fault here because the ballers are going to tell you this is a sphere Earth. This is a round Earth book. You're using numbers, right, from that book. Corrections from what? From a globe, Brian. From a freaking globe. The people that made that book corresponded to a globe. Like, why don't you see that, man? That could have been discussed calmly in a calm manner, but no. You guys want to put people's balls in other people's mouths for some reason. Not you, Brian, not you. You're a gentleman. You know who I'm referring to.
Yeah, sat at the side watching Nathan get off doing it. They're sort of like voyeurs. They like watching him do it.
Yeah, if you have an argument, you have a solid argument, you should be open to criticism. I mean, is this the hospitality we get? We come over and you start slagging us off. Nathan mutes me and deafens me. Come on, man. That's not how you do things.
To me, they all seemed like they were sat in the background like grubby little men, rubbing their hands together. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I certainly hope not.
Yeah, I like the tactics. Just keep telling other people that they should research it. That'll definitely work for you. If anybody ever asks you anything about your particular argument, just tell them to go and research it so until they do understand it. That's the best way to deal with your arguments.
Brian, you are technically. I'm sorry. You sit there and say nothing while Nathan does his thing. I don't know why Bev's dishonest. Could you point out, please? Also, we're still waiting to hear from Nathan what you were supposed to have said that upset him so much.
It's about the angle. He thinks the geometric statement has got something to do with him. I think Brian also thinks he's managed to take it on. He's took Nathan's butt hurt upon himself and got really upset that because we've asked the question, they've never answered it, and they've said, well, you go and research it, which is a pretty shit way. If you've got an argument, we're giving you a chance to explain it. But you don't seem to be able to. And that's fine.
Nathan Oakley
Didn't
didn't respond.
explain it, Brian. Nobody has explained anything. You still haven't today. You've said that you're not using a triangle. But you're calling one of them the adjacent. Surely you know that the adjacent is a side of a right-angled triangle used within trigonometry, for fuck's sake, Brian.
I am not sure that it was Brian. Maybe it was QE, but someone said that they are not using trigonometry.
Yeah, Brian's
So,
just said he's not
sorry.
using a triangle, but he's calling it fucking adjacent.
Yeah, you said adjacent. It's in the chat.
That's not dishonest, Brian, pointing out the fact that you say you're not using a triangle, but you're using the word adjacent. And adjacent is one of the sides of a right-angled triangle. It's pretty strange that you don't recognize that yourself, Brian.
Can you do fuck all with a triangle?
You're not solving for the triangle, but you have got a triangle, but you're only measuring an angle.
You can do quite a bit with the triangle, just ask Pythagoras.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the statement isn't you can do fuck all with a triangle.
Yeah, I know, that's why I said it. But you know that a triangle is also a musical instrument.
Yeah. Brian, I don't know what you've got into this little thing. You've been led into it by a group of people that are triggered, and obviously triggered. They're getting angry. They're that triggered about themselves falling for I'm guessing you all guys have fallen for somebody inciting Nathan to think that the geometric argument was all about him. You don't
wanna
want
ask
to
Brian-
let him see the Euclid, because he'll think Euclid was fucking did the whole thing to piss him off.
Huh.
Get angry at Euclid.
I want to ask Brian an honest question.
Oh, wait
Brian.
wait a minute. He's fucking saying I've just told a lie.
What?
Yep.
Literally, Brian, what the fuck's up with you? You crazy fucker.
Yeah, he says never said I wasn't using a triangle. I said the opposite, but I'm not solving for the triangle. And then he says I have personal communications with you where I point out specifically that there is a triangle. So you just told a lie.
Right.
Oh, not
So
an
where's
angle.
the triangle come from? Brian? You've just measuring an angle. Where's the triangle come from? For fuck's sake.
If you don't know the height of the star, you cannot establish this point in the sky, where it is.
Yeah, those are different issues, right? We know absolutely they don't know how freaking high that star is from the angle. But the fact of the matter
Well-
is, the system that is employed does work. Let's make that
Yeah, yeah.
clear. Yeah.
How did it look GP of Polaris? Anybody been to the North Pole?
It's all in that book, bro. It's all in that book. That's what I was trying to explain to them, that this is not a clear-cut case, because it's all in that book. Without that book, right, the almanac, they can't do nothing. You might as well just throw that angle in the garbage. It's useless. So now you got to ask yourself, and I did ask them when I went on the show, who made that book? Where does that book come from, Brian? And those people that made that book, when they made it, were they thinking about a globe, Brian? I'm pretty sure they were, with radiuses and everything, right, Brian?
Let's
So
find
don't you
out
think
where the
that's
triangle comes from.
Yeah.
How do you make an angle into a triangle? Simple question, Brian. Where's it come from? Where's the triangle come from?
Yep. Earlier, this is what Brian said. You're not solving for the triangle's internal or length of sides. That's not what you're doing.
But
What triangle?
I would say that this is purpose. You need to know your horizontal distance from you in the boat to this GP of the star, let's say. So if you don't know that distance, or you know by means of Polaris calculations, it means that you have to know the distance to that star. So this is circular reasoning. So that's why I am asking how it is done, because for me, this is like reverse engineering. So they know already, for example, the distance to the star, and then they are backward recalculating this into this triangulation, which is not needed really. So it doesn't add. This method doesn't add. What they say in flat earth debate, that supposedly it is done to navigate, for me it doesn't add. Just it. I am not saying that navigators cannot navigate. I say that how it is presented in flat earth debate, it doesn't add for me. That's it.
Yeah. Like I did say about the it's just a geometric statement. You can do fuck all with an angle. It's pretty obvious now why people are getting so butthurt and upset about it, is because they imagine a triangle from somewhere. They're conjuring up an entire triangle. But they don't really want to say that. So they make up a big drama about it, and they start imagining things, getting them all upset, and that people are liars and all of that. When really, it seems like somebody might be being a slight bit dishonest about what the fuck they're talking about, right, Brian? It's either geometrical and you're using angles and triangles, or it's not geometrical and you're not using angles and triangles and trying to fool people that you are using angles and triangles. It's time to be a bit fucking honest about this and stop pointing fingers at other people saying that you're lying. Lying about what, Brian? That's to be a good fucking start. Let's be honest about this, Brian. State number one. What am I lying about? It's getting a bit fucking old. I've had it for many years now. Been called all sorts of fucking stupid names by obviously insane people. Anytime you're ready, Brian. Yeah. There you go.
I just want to say, Bev, if I thought you were lying about anything, I wouldn't be here.
He said he's going to be back. He said he's going to be back.
Well, I put one in the I put something in the live chat that I don't understand what the fuck. What I mean,
what the fuck's that?
Brian's saying the same thing. So adjacent is the distance. So if you have distance, you don't need to measure anything. But you cannot measure distance, horizontal distance. Or you are assuming that the star is the same height as Polaris. No other way. Because this calculation 1 degree per 60 miles is based on fixed Polaris height, and it doesn't move. So it has to be assumed the same height every time when it is measured, because otherwise this ratio wouldn't work. Simple for me. If it is otherwise, please explain why I am wrong or what I am assuming wrong, whatever, in conversation, for example. I think nobody here will call you names, Brian, here, as you can know, that you can have conversation.
but the conversation can't be had apparently, because what Brian just said about the lie is you just lied about me claiming that I don't claim a triangle when I have personal correspondence with you to prove the opposite. No, Bev read what I read and everybody else read in the chat, Brian, that you said you are not solving for a triangle. So claiming a triangle, solving for a triangle, you could see how that might be a little bit confusing, but yet you've jumped to you lied. You lied.
You only have an angle. Don't try and disregard the fact that you only have a angle. One fucking angle. Now you've conjured up the triangle that you said you didn't have. That we know that you can't fucking get from. What the fuck's going on, Brian? You're contradicting yourself.
Brian said he wasn't solving for a triangle. How do you not solve for a triangle if you only have one angle? You must solve for a triangle somehow. Bev lied. That's all you're going to get now. You see, you can't have the conversation. You can't.
Right, so where did you get the triangle from, Brian? You only measure an angle. Where the fuck does the triangle come from? I've put this in the chat here as well, Brian. I don't know whether this is just for everybody who knows what we're talking about here. Brian's Logic says in the chat, the hypotenuse is the angle. No. A hypotenuse is the longest side of the right-angled triangle opposite the right angle. It's only for right-angled triangles, the hypotenuse. It's the longest side that is opposite the largest side, the largest angle, which is a right angle in the case of a right-angled triangle. And then you have adjacent and opposite, which are dependent on the angle, the other angle that you're talking about. It's a trigonometric term based around a triangle. But Brian doesn't have a triangle. He's just fucking measured an angle. And when we say you can do fuck all with an angle, that means you can't magic a fucking triangle from it. Although Brian seems to be thinking that you can. Now, Brian, you keep saying I'm lying. It seems like you're either really badly mistaken or you're being a dishonest fuck yourself. Let us know what it is, will ya?
I know I've heard some people just kind of repeat arguments. I'm guilty of it myself without actually knowing the parts of it that somebody would question them on. And this is exactly what has happened to me in the past, except for I don't call the person a liar. I go, oh, wait a second. I'm going to have to rethink that.
Okay, I am off to bed. Good night all. Thank you
Thanks,
very much.
Vapor. So again, not much of a rebuttal to the you can do fuck all with an angle. Seeing as Brian's Logic seems to be able to manufacture an entire triangle from somewhere. And not just any triangle. A right-angle triangle.
Without having the angles or the sides, the lengths of the sides. He says you don't solve for the internal angles or lengths of the sides. How do you have a triangle? A triangle is a three-sided figure. Enclosed three-sided figure, yeah?
Were you
And it's
reading
more
something
than
that he
one
wrote?
angle.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what Brian wrote in the chat.
Is that like seems like a subversal?
Yeah.
Hmm.
He's not solving for the internal angles or lengths of the side of a triangle, but he's claiming a triangle, but he's not solving for a triangle. Anyone?
It's claiming a
anything?
specific triangle by using the word hypotenuse.
You don't have a hypotenuse unless you have a right angle triangle with the sides.
Some sort of phenomenal things that some people imagine they can do within geometry.
I know it.
It's not geometry because, like Brian says, he's not solving for any of the parts of the triangle or anything. Let's forget about the triangle, even though I'm trying to allude that there is a triangle there. But let's not have a triangle. It's just a thing, and you're a liar.
Just imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to go to. Is Brian claiming non-Euclidean geometry here?
No, he's just claiming not geometry.
Not
Even
any
though he's using hypotenuse and adjacent and angles and right angles, and he's using all of the geometric terms, but then saying not geometry, which is definitely fucking dishonest. Especially for anybody that's learning this argument from Brian. It's
It just
dishonest
seems
as
like you're
fuck.
knocking the own legs out of your own chair. Like you're meant to have something to sit on or stand on, but you're knocking your own legs out. It's like you say all these terms and, oh yeah, so geometry. I got a pretty good handle on geometry. No, not geometry. Yeah, but you use quite a bit. Yeah,
And then get
pretty
upset
wild.
at somebody saying you can do fuck all with an angle, which is simplified geometry. Right.
I'm
Brian's losing it. Brian says it's not Brian claiming it, it's celestial navigation, not Brian. And yes, there is a right angle triangle. Didn't say not geometry, liar.
Talk about
this all
reification, right?
Jeez.
Wow.
this all still for me is like nobody's doing it. Like if it's such a good thing, like how come nobody's like doing it and showing it? I think the only person I know of that has is Bob with his land sextant, and maybe Bebby, but I didn't get to see all that, so I can't really say his name.
Actually doing it, I don't think he even claimed that.
No.
He just kind of used it to like the
Yeah,
Wikipedia page where he just
yeah. It was a presentation, as I understand it. Betty can comment if I'm wrong about that. That he's actually been on a boat, done the entire process,
Saved everyone.
saved everyone.
So am I understanding this right? He said hypotenuse, but not triangle.
No, he is
No,
saying now it is a triangle,
It's
and
a
it
triangle.
is geometry now. Even though that puts him back in the realm of you can do fuck all with an angle. But he's still going to imagine that he's got a triangle and it's a right angle triangle, and it's not
Right.
him that we have an argument with. It's celestial navigation, the same one that Nathan tried to use the other day. Yeah.
So this thing that they've got over there, they claim a triangle. They don't solve for a triangle. They only have an angle, yet they claim the triangle. But they don't need the sides. They don't have to solve for the other angles or the sides of the right angle triangle that they claim.
I think it's got something to do with the elevation angle, right? Apparently, I think that means that you can develop an entire triangle just by measuring an elevation angle, right? It's a different type of angle, a special angle that gives you an entire triangle somehow. But then it's not really geometry, but it is geometry, and it isn't really a triangle, but it's just an angle, but it's a special angle that you can imagine as a triangle that allows you to tell where the light in the sky is on the ground. It's very you'll have to let the flat earth debate guys explain it to you.
Checks out.
Look,
Yeah,
he's
checks
put
out.
correct, Bev.
Yeah. Holy
Literally,
shit.
I was taking the piss, Brian. For fuck's sake.
Wow. Whew.
So, everybody, get over to Flat Earth Debate and ask Nathan and Brian how to do this stuff. That's obviously.
Paige hit it on the head. Holy fucking shit. I feel like Chevy Chase in Christmas Vacation.
Don't ask Nathan. He don't know shit. Brian might know a couple of things, but not Nathan.
Whew.
Yeah, there you go. Like
we just don't listen.
Yeah,
we don't understand and we don't listen.
And you guys,
that argument
you
sounds
guys
familiar, doesn't it?
can't fucking explain a thing, obviously, Brian.
He's talking about Kanye.
Ye. Yeah. Ye don't understand it.
What's Kanye got to do with anything?
You're all wrong, Brian.
Yeah.
It's a statement of fact, geometric statement of fact. By measuring an angle, you cannot make a triangle. No matter how much Superman wants to be able to do something within the flat Earth debate community, it's fucking possible.
Now you're lying, Brian, because no one called you stupid. So we could play at that game as well.
I would never call Brian stupid.
No, this is ridiculous. And sad, as a lot of people in the chat have said today. So I got to run, guys.
Okay, Rookie. Thanks a lot, Kev.
Later, Kev.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, this is sad, Brian. It's sad that they've left you to do this. Somebody's got to do it.
No, I bet you Brian's here of his own accord because he feels slighted.
Brian, I'm just talking about the geometric implications of you saying you can do impossible things. I think everybody knows that you can't measure one angle and develop an entire triangle. It's impossible. But you're thinking you can. Somebody's told you can. That's okay. You can continue telling the people that you talk to how to. I mean, I go with that myself. I think that's fantastic. Just start off with that, telling people how you can measure an angle and then poof, make an entire triangle out of it. It's big as well, isn't it? It's not like a little one. Just measuring an angle on a piece of paper or something like that. It's making fucking miles of triangles.
Yeah, but if you have a thing and you can't talk about it, and you get so triggered about it to the point where you're slagging off people and muting them on your channel, Brian, that's not a good look, bro. That is definitely not a good look for you guys, man.
You did what on our show? You magicked a triangle from an angle. Missed that. Uh-oh. Gary Wabenga's telling her they're not 90-degree right-angled triangles. There's no need for the 90. It's just it's not a triangle. Measuring one angle doesn't help you.
The way they explain it, it's so easy. You measure an angle, you subtract from 90.
I don't know why you're here, Brian. If it's a waste of time, I don't know what you're doing here. Just come here to tell everybody else that they're wrong. Obviously, Brian. It's a waste of time you being here, but it's a good point that you're here to tell everybody else that they're wrong. I like it. I like it.
Brian, I want you to do one thing. Research the book, the almanac, see who made it, and see what they thought about their cosmology and where they stood upon. Have a look.
I'm struggling as to why this. If you want to have a chat about it, Brian, come and have a chat. You know what we say. You can't just magic a triangle from one angle. You think you can. We're saying, how are you doing that? Because it's geometrically impossible. You're not going to let us know.
And I would add, just on my own accord, that if he's alluding to his presentation that he did here, with all of his slides and everything, where he went over this, he was shown very directly, very concisely, why it's impossible to make the assertion that he's making. Geometrically, that is, of course. Paper said it earlier, you don't know the length of the hypotenuse and you do not know the length of the adjacent. And in fact, even by using the word hypotenuse and adjacent, you're already alluding to a triangle that doesn't exist, Brian. You were told this and shown this via your own slides the last time you were here.
That's the truth. Brian, listen, right? Hypotenuse belongs to a right-angled triangle. You only have an angle. You do not have a right-angled triangle. You only have an angle. There you go. Nicely done. We don't understand the topic. Well, if the topic is magicking triangles from an angle, yeah, you're damn right I don't understand it. It's impossible. So if you're not willing to explain how you pretend to be able to do the impossible to everybody, which I'm not surprised, because it might expose the whole fucking thing. You create a square now.
Where are all these geometric shapes coming from? From one angle, Brian, come on.
How do you get a square from an angle?
That's not even a 90.
Who's Brian? Who's Brian in the chat?
Brian's logic.
Oh, really? Oh my god, man.
Why do you keep putting question marks after every fucking thing, Brian? Are you asking a question? Are you just writing statements and then putting a question mark after it to confuse the shit out of people? Or are you doing it so you can dishonestly say, well, I was making statements that were questions and you never answered the questions that I was making? You lost, Brian. You don't even know what you're saying anymore. Unclear statements coming through. I'm sorry that they've put you in this position, Brian. You're obviously been pushed into this. But you could go round saying that Bev's a liar. It's becoming quite apparent why you're so fucking upset about the you can do fuck all with an angle.
See, to me, the problem with that is that going around calling other people names isn't going to strengthen your argument, which relies on magicking a triangle out of thin air. Oh, wait, you have an angle that you can do fuck all with. My bad. But calling other people liars or worse isn't gonna help you magic a triangle from an angle.
Yeah, I knew this was going to happen from the beginning. As soon as I heard they had an argument that involves lights in the sky, I knew. I said, oh no, don't tell me they're actually going to say this is a flat earth proof. Wow, I couldn't believe it.
I mean, come on, guys. We're talking about an argument that's shrouded in ambiguity, and it's a proof for a misnomer. So, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've actually ever seen an argument, just a whole bunch of ambiguous explanations for how to magic a triangle from an angle, which I would
Yeah, but
never call that an argument. I just want to
but
make that
it's
statement now.
yeah, but it's supposedly a proof for a misnomer.
Yeah, on top of it.
I've got them arguing that 60 by 60 nautical miles equals 69 by 69 square miles everywhere.
Yeah.
It has to. Yeah, it has to.
I mean, just
No,
I'm
it
like,
doesn't.
I'm like,
Well,
guys, like
for them.
squares, right? Squares. No, even for them, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't
Yeah.
for them. It's blowing my mind. And now Blue is like, what's the area of a bowl and 4 pi r? And I'm like, dude, what's your pi? Do you have a pi on your surface?
they're
It's
so lost, right, with the geometry. And Brian and the Flat Earth debate team cannot see what they're missing out on.
No.
And it's a shame.
It's
because they're hiding every fucker else from this.
It is a shame because I've gotten to the point where I don't even need to think. Like, I'll be on the train. I just stopped and got a little bit of dinner. And you know, I looked down at my phone and I saw like 22 replies to me. And I just wrote out 3.141592 ... That's pi, right? And then I just left it.
Yeah. Yeah, that says it all, right? There's so much proof in that simple statement that these people can't really understand. Yes, Brian, you're fucking missing out on it, but not you because your mind's fucked. The people that you're fooling, they're the ones that are missing out on advanced simplicity because you've obfuscated the point to a ridiculous fucking end that now people don't even know what the fuck they're meant to be thinking because they can't understand how you can get a fucking triangle from an angle. And nobody ever explains it because it's impossible. You're handing on paralogisms to people. And like Mike says, the very simple geometric truths have the globe guys ripping their fucking hair out. They're saying stupid shit, much like you are, Brian. And it's a shame. People can't see it.
Yeah, and he was crying about somebody telling people to unsubscribe from his channel. He was crying about his livelihood being threatened. And what does he do, Brian? He tells people to unsubscribe from Bev's channel. Brian, your boy Nathan did that.
hypocrite much?
I mean, it's just gotten ridiculous. Like, it is literally this simple. Nobody realizes how simple it is. I've talked to people and they're like, it can't be that simple. I'm like, it is that simple. You can break it down to this simplicity. A square expressed in numbers is an exponent of 2. That can't exist in their world. Pi expressed as a number is 3.141592 ... That can't exist on their world. The second that they realize that, the second they realize they have no geometry, none, 0, because there's only one geometry.
Mm-hmm.
The geometry of reality. There is only one logos.
Wait. Give me 1 second. There's the not that geometry.
Not in reality,
What's
there
that?
isn't.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, you got me.
I love you, Rob Keane. I love you.
Yeah,
It's just unbelievable.
Advanced simplicity sorts it all, and it's there for everyone. Right? All you've just got to be able to see is cut through the bullshit. So when people start telling you fantastic things, start being a little bit suspicious. Especially when they can't fucking explain it. When they tell you, you don't understand it, go and research it. No, it should be so simple that anybody can explain it to a child. It seems like the Flat Earth debate guys can't do that.
Oh. It can't be that and not that simultaneously, ever.
Contradictions don't exist. Brian,
I have trouble
stop
telling
being
this.
butter, for fuck's sake. Everything's a fucking misrepresentation so they can feel butthurt about something. Sorry, go on.
What they should feel butthurt about. Oh, sorry, Mike, were you not done?
No, go ahead, Sargaki, go ahead.
What they should feel butthurt about is the fact that they've been led into some paralogism where they can imagine that they have triangles by measuring an angle. That's what they should feel butthurt about and wake up to reality.
Brian, I'm not being a fucking victim. I'm trying to point out to you, you're fucking passing on paralogisms. Lying about people, saying about fucking people are lying. It's not me being a victim. Or do you mean stop letting people call me names and misrepresent me? Do you want me to stop being that person? I'll be that person. Brian, I'm sticking up for myself.
Yeah, stop exposing it to the world for everyone to see just what a bunch of vile, very dishonest little bastards they are over at Flat Earth Debate.
Yeah. Everyone can see, Brian, who is the fool. The fool's the person that is sitting in the chat talking shit.
With no substance, mind you.
Sounds like he's running the QE script, the Nathan script, and whatever.
Blue Marble script.
Yeah. They sound identical.
There's a good song out there written by Buster, and there's there's some lyrics in there which says, "Don't take advice from fools." Brian, that's exactly what you've done, man. I'm sorry, but like this is ridiculous at this point.
I like the song that we started with today. It's one of the best.
Wisdom. Yeah.
In all honesty.
Yeah, but Brian and everybody keeps calling me a liar. So if they keep doing that and repeating it often enough, you never know. They might be able to get that old adage through. Brian, it's a fucking angle. We know that you like to magic things. To do the impossible, and keep telling everybody that. I mean, eventually it'll get through, and somebody will eventually use it as an argument somewhere. I'm pretty sure somebody will take it on. Just keep repeating it, Brian. Go on. You might be on a payroll for every time you call me a liar. Go on. Misrepresent it. Time wasting it. Why are you here then, Brian? What the fuck's up with you?
Could I just point out to Brian that he sits there and supports a guy who is self-admittedly just doing it for the money? Right?
Yeah, I'm here too, you know.
Yeah, if the paycheck didn't come in, however small it is, he would not do this. Ethan
Yeah,
didn't
don't
get
waste your
paid,
money.
he would quit.
I'm not
Oh
so
yeah,
sure.
he wouldn't come around. He wouldn't
Can I
talk.
lighten the mood for a second, please?
Yep.
So you guys know I like to stare at brake pads, right?
Yep.
So
Uh-huh.
this is what I get to do right now.
Bam, Canada, huh? Bad Canada.
We got 1.5 feet of snow last night.
It's cold.
I hear that,
Yeah.
bro.
Bro, I got brakes covered in snow. I'm gonna freeze. I just thought I'd lighten you guys' mood a little bit.
You're not just gonna
Last
stare
guy,
at those, huh? You're gonna repair them.
Yeah, I gotta change them. pads and rotors, but they're covered in. You know how cold this shit is? Not having fun.
I do, brother. I live in Canada.
Yeah, I'm going back on mute.
Brian, one of the nicest guys I've ever known, got slagged off by Nathan yesterday. A 3-year supporter, mind you. He didn't even know his name.
Rob, you mean Rob?
Rob,
Not
yes.
Brian. Rob, yes.
Oh, did I say Brian? My bad. Oh, that's not good what I just said. Sorry, bro.
All good.
But he's not giving me money for 3 years, so I have no reason to know his name, even though I do. And even after he was told his name, he referred to you as, hey, guy, hey, dude.
He was
This is who you're
triggered,
giving money
though.
to.
He was angry.
He was angry, right?
I'd made him angry about talking about the angle that you can do fuck all with. But Brian's told us it's a triangle. It's not an angle. So no wonder Nathan got really upset. Because he nearly exposed the fact that it wasn't an angle, it was a triangle.
I still stand by the statement that you can do fuck all with an angle.
Well, I think
Absolutely.
if you measure an elevation angle now with a sextant, you get a bonus triangle.
Because it's Christmas time.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's been for 2 years. I mean, they must have put that in one of the videos, right? That Brian's alluding to, that we should go and watch. It must be, if he's got a triangle, it must have come from somewhere. So, no doubt, the sextant must make triangles. It's a triangle measuring device.
It's strange to me then, right? Because if you're sitting there, you have a triangle and you're having all sorts of fun with your triangle. And then somebody over there is saying that you can do fuck all with an angle. How does that affect you in any sort of way? Because you're having good times with your triangle, right? You
got a
don't
triangle.
have. Yeah, exactly. The statement shouldn't affect you at all. I think somebody knows that they only have an angle and the triangle is imaginary, and that's very triggering to be told to their face, right?
Yep. Yep, Brian, we need to go and sort that out. Go on, off you go, Brian. You're the one. Defend the angle, triangle, angle.
Triangle. It's bad. And I understand the
bad.
frustration having somebody sitting and like making this much of a fuss, drama, and this name calling over such a simple thing. It's a truthful statement. And then
Yeah.
having all of this backlash from people who claim to not even have an angle, to have a triangle. Like, what are you doing, Brian?
All they had to say was, yes, Bev, you're right. You can do fuck all with an angle, but then we take that angle, right? We get a book, and then we make a pretend triangle out of it. That's all you got to say, man. That's it. And none of this would have happened.
But then the question comes is, what's the book?
That's what they want to avoid.
How do you make triangles from an angle and a book?
Exactly. And where did that book come from?
It's definitely not geometry.
No.
Is it? Although people using triangles and angles leads you to believe that it might be geometry. So I do believe there's a bit of dishonesty going on here. Because as we know, all arguments come from a logical statement, and geometry has definitive logical statements. I think it's about time we had people being honest about whether they are actually doing anything with geometric proofs, or whether we're just sort of making nice stories about geometric things that aren't really geometry, telling like bedtime stories to each other to ease people. I don't know.
Ease the aporia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ECV.
you need a triangle, but you got an angle only. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Can't you imagine, Essie?
Yeah. Yeah. Get a book. Yeah. And then claim this proves a flat earth. Yeah.
An oxymoron. Proof of an oxymoron. I like
Proof
it.
of an oxymoron. Yes. Well done, bro. Yeah.
An oxymoronic proof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of, it'd have to be a reductio ad absurdum, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So who's being dishonest? The people that say you can't do fuck all with a single angle? Or the ones that claim magic? Who's dishonest?
I mean, there's a whole entire, 12-part book that goes into proving that you can do fuck all with an angle. Like proving that it's true. But, it is 2022.
Yeah.
Anything goes for some people.
Can rewrite that old shit. Means nothing nowadays.
Outdated. Today we've got tangents to straight lines. Like what else? I can't even remember all the
3,
makeup
4,
stuff.
and 5-sided squares. We've got circles, triangles, and squares all being the same thing except greater angles.
Yup.
Brian says, this is the last thing I'm going to say. You've not said this, but last thing you're going to type. I am not claiming it's the celestial navigation process. Take it or leave it. Ambiguous statement. A vacuous statement. Well done. That's the best way to leave it, Brian. Statement that means nothing. See you later. Thanks for popping in to let us all know. At least we now know. It's not just an angle, is it? That's why Nathan got so upset.
I'd love to hear your voice next time, Brian.
I'm not so sure how Brian's going to ever come and talk. I don't think anyone can. It's been exposed now. The vitriol and everything that Nathan did it's a hide. It's to hide the fact that they are trying to trick the fuck out of people with an angle and turn it into a triangle. Because they're dishonest fucks. They've got a lot vested into it for some reason. It's not just you, Brian. We're not lumping it all on you. You're just the guy that came over that was told to do it.
You know what a big part of it is? The horizontal baseline.
It's a straight line.
Without level being horizontal, there is no celestial navigation. Sure, I can agree with that. But there's still nothing wrong with saying you can do fuck all with an angle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know. We've talked to the Globe guys. It's really weird that this is the Flat Earth debate crew that are doing this. Because I'm not even aware that the Globe guys are doing it, the Blue Marble scientists. They just put a straight line on the ground. They don't even attempt to do triangles. Do you, Blue?
I guess you can't call yourself Flat Earth debate anymore if you come up with an actual proof and not just some oxymoronic proofs. Because the debate would be over.
Yeah. Well, the rewriting debate, obviously.
Yeah, I guess that's what the qualifier is. Flat Earth debate as opposed to actual debate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different type of debate. It's like it's a not that debate.
Yep.
The debate of the not that. Where you say you can't do fuck all with an angle, and they say, well, not that. Not that angle. We'll have a triangle. but not that triangle.
I mean, almost feel bad for laughing at this whole situation because it is actually serious, but it's just so ridiculous as well.
So silly. I feel well, I don't know who does listen to any of these arguments and then honestly attempt to try and go into any of the rooms that we talk to. I mean, about Essie, who else goes out and about? Sugar Cookie, you go out and about. Have you ever heard anybody trying to do a celestial navigation argument? Because I'm hoping that nobody's going to attempt to make a fool out of themselves by doing this conversation about what a fucking angle that isn't an angle, it's a triangle. But I mean, how would you try and present that as an argument? What is the argument based around celestial navigation?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see the actual argument. Can somebody construct a syllogism? Modus tollens, maybe a modus ponens. That would be amazing to see that.
Opponents would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Be
that would be the
ideal.
best. But I haven't seen anything of the sort. I haven't heard anything even remotely close. So I don't know.
Yeah. It's sad, isn't it? When you think of how people come into this arena looking for truths, right? They're not looking for arguments to be able to go into these rooms. Nobody wants to get an argument so they can go and talk to Kosho or Zanuck, Blue Marble Science. I mean, who's actually doing that? Look at dog. Can you imagine that? You go into Nathan Oakley and give me an argument. I need to go and have a discussion with Blue Marble Science. Can I have your best argument, please? And then they'll, well, serve this one up. Here, here's an angle. Celestial navigation. So if anybody asks you anything, say, you don't have a problem with me, mate. You have a problem with celestial navigation. Go and learn what you're doing. That'll win him every time. Let's have a look what we're doing.
Yes,
Well,
Captain Fallacy with the reification fallacy for the win there.
Oh, so pi is a constant. That's great news. You do realise that Fox the globe model, but hey, don't worry about it. It's not going to change reality. Everybody knows pi has a numerical value. That sort of solidifies Euclidean geometry as the geometry that helps you derive pi.
well, you do need a diameter and a circumference to talk about pi in the first place, which is purely and strictly Euclidean. So yes.
Mm-hmm. Straight line and a plane.
Oh yes.
It's the first 2 dimensions, isn't it? to start off with within geometry. And the fact that that plane cannot be curved, because if it were, pi would change numerical value with the curvature.
But suddenly that radius would not be straight anymore, or aka that diameter would not be straight anymore. The distance would be longer all of a sudden.
So the ratio would have to change.
Yeah, of course.
Welcome to geometric reasoning, guys. It's way better than celestial navigation because it works for everyone, and it works within reality. You don't really need to have an understanding of celestial navigation. You just need to have a basic understanding of reality and logic and reasoning. Get yourself a little bit of reasoning. Start that process off in your own noggin, and get this for yourself. It's dead simple. It's so simple, it'll have you confused at the beginning as to how simple it is. And then you'll be wondering why you didn't see it for yourself. And then you'll realise how clever the trick is. The magic for people to stop you from being able to see what's right in front of your eyes. It's maybe because a lot of misdirection that's gone on within the cause of different arguments. People haven't allowed you to focus on certain issues that made you look at other places. This is the year where everybody has to open their eyes. People will realise it for themselves. Sorry, go on.
There is the saying that hindsight is 2020, right? But now it's 2022. It's way overdue, guys. Yeah, and I wanted to make a point about the proof project that SE was integral in starting at the beginning of the year, where it didn't take very long for the Globers to simply admit that there is no proof, like it doesn't even exist, aka we have no proof of the globe. But then to flip that on its head for a bit and look at the big arguments coming from the opposing side. You have a non sequitur modus tollens, aka not a proof. And then you have a not actual argument about an angle being a triangle that's gone on for 2 years, aka not a proof. So what's going on? On both sides there is no proof. That's what I can say.
I think Gadget Inspector might be onto something here as well. I think Nathan Oakley's burning the house down. Is that not what he's doing? Or are they all burning it down? I mean, I'm not part of it. I'll be happy to see Flat Earth go. It's one of the biggest misnomers there is. One of the biggest tricks that were ever played on anyone, I think. And what's worse is it's been played on a group of people who are vulnerable. They come looking for help, for answers to questions. And these people are fooling the shit out of them. They're giving them circular arguments that mean nothing. It's a joke. All you do is you get people with putting you in boxes and labeling you, misrepresenting you also, calling you names, calling you liars, frauds, cheats, dishonest. And what makes it worse is I think the people I've met in this Discord server, the people I've talked to, are some of the nicest people I've ever met. So now to see everybody doing all of this, it's a fucking joke. And I think they're burning it. They're going. For whatever reason. I'm glad not to be part of it. Never trust a man with an argument that he's not willing to explain. Yeah, I don't like the idea of people showing so much hatred to people. It's got to rub off on people, and please don't. I don't want anybody to start bringing that hatred and stuff round here. It's not good to see a retaliation to it either. Like for like, not worth it. Oh, I can science that as well. Mike, what have you done? I can science that. What's he sciencing? Geometry again? I know what he's going to come up with, a 2D surface thing. Oh.
Yep, it's obvious.
We've got our arguments simplified so easy.
The spaghetti scientist is going to use the not that then?
Yeah. Oh, he's using Euclidean geometry with a square. He doesn't realise how lost he is. Only living in reality now. What sort of people you imagine you want to talk to and who you think the authority figures are within this arena. Just make a note who you think are the people that you should be listening to. And if yourself is not at the top of that fucking list, put it there. Put yourself at the top of the list. And then make sure that you are the one that understands the argument that's being laid out. And if you don't understand it, then get somebody to explain it. And if nobody can explain it, perhaps it's a shit argument. Find a simpler argument. The area of a square in square units. He's going to do 4 pi r squared, isn't he? It is spaghetti scientist in the house. I've got some clips. I'll just while he's here. So we have. Get that one. And one more. Because I do believe that these two, one after the other, right, guys? Oh, where have we gone? We go uploading 2 files. Here we go. Now, I'm going to play these 2 short videos, 1 or 2 minutes each of them. First one.
Get your Theodolite app and point it out the window and see. Another one. Let me see. I don't know if you can see me here. I made this. This is based on a design from Bob the Science Guy. I iterated on it, but I came back to his original design is brilliant. This is great. This cost under $10. So I just went to the hardware store and I bought some plastic tube and 2 of these little T-junctions and just make this shape. And then you put water in it. And
I'm not hearing
maybe some
anything.
food coloring if you want.
You have to do it yourself.
Just water is good enough. And what this is a water level. So you just put the water at a point in the tube on both sides. And then when you line these up so that the water lines are straight, you can see exactly what is horizontal based on that. Remember, water always finds its level, right? So the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. So you line those up and that gives you a perfect horizontal. So then just point that at the
Earth,
distant horizon
sphere.
and answer. Did
Well
the
done.
horizon rise to eye level or not? Cost you $10.
Okay.
Anyone can do it.
So there is the first one from I Can Science That. He's talking about a water level establishing a horizontal plane, right? Quite easy to hear him say that. He was talking to the Cambridge skeptics. This guy here, bottom left-hand corner, this is the guy that introduced himself as the enemy when we went to Bedford Levels, and he was Rumpus and Farmer's Boy's friend, this man here. So this is I Can Science That, more commonly known as the Spaghetti Scientist. Talking to the Cambridge skeptics. These guys are fully skeptics with a K. Now, that was him talking about a water level establishing a horizontal plane. This is the next clip that we're going to go on, and this is him doing a logical statement. Okay, for the globe, guys.
If water forms a perfect plane, there can be no globe. You cannot have a globe. You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. You cannot have a globe. I think everybody can agree with that.
Whoa, that's
Yep,
good.
see you later.
You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And if science tells us that the ocean is a globe, science cannot tell us water forms a plane. You cannot have a globe.
Science.
If a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, poof goes the globe.
Sorry.
Yep. There you go. So in that one he says, if water forms a horizontal plane, then there can be no globe. But in that one a bit earlier, he did say a water level, the one that Bob designed for him, Bob the liar guy, that does form a perfect horizontal, I think he said. So I don't know what you're meant to think about that. But hey, it just is what it is. Water does form a horizontal plane, and like I can science that, the spaghetti scientist says, if water forms a horizontal plane, then there can be no globe. There you go. Simple as that.
He knows what time it is.
Yeah.
Simple. No lights in the skies, no angles, nothing. Water. Boom.
And he'll definitely come back to address the issue with that at some point, I think.
I mean, what's there to address? I don't see the issue.
Well,
there can be no globe, right?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
I can science that. Science the shit out of it. And he's obviously agreed that, well, it's just letting everybody know that it can't really be a globe. He's addressing the area issue, but he's never going to address the fact that he's made a logical statement that falsifies the globe himself. I don't know whether he's aware of it or not. It's no tricks. Water level does indeed establish a horizontal plane of reference, and he did indeed make that thing that Bob designed for him. It looked like a little hat or something. It looked like it was closed as well.
Well, didn't the genius Blue from Blue Marble Science say he measured the curve? Or was it Bob?
Yeah, Bob, the drop of the water level.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, but that water level hat design, I think.
Yeah.
At least it rests on the shoulders. I don't know whether you could call it a hat. A shoulder rester. It's like it could be like a water arch, a head water arch. Sounds good, doesn't it? Bob,
Water arch, yeah.
Bob the Liar guy designed a head arch, head water arch, meant for establishing horizontals really close to your person. And maybe you could get one for a ring. It does look like a ring design or something, doesn't it?
Well, I have some small ones.
Yeah.
Don't laugh. I have a small one you could put on a string. It's about the size of one digit of your fingers.
Yeah, it looks like you could use it as a sighting device, couldn't it? Like you could do with one of the Dark Shark.
Maybe I can put it on top of the gun. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah.
For orientating your head. For the people that have got vertigo, to keep the horizon at like a horizontal in view.
That's when you have a bad Coriolis day and it throws you off.
Yeah.
You know, you could align yourself.
We did never get a chance to talk to him about that Bob design. I'd like to get that design, see whether Bob is going to allow us to replicate that, or whether he's copyrighted it, whether we'll get into trouble for replicating that water level arch design, head arch.
Maybe he patented it.
Wow, I can science that's over there in Blue Marbles. I think somebody can sense what's going on here.
Imagine an angle, a simple angle, causing so much controversy.
To be fair, a lot of our simple statements, well, Bev's simple statements, drive both sides batty. Weird.
Yeah, because they're so true. And you have to, like, when he says the earth is not flat, right? How can you argue with that statement? You can't, right? Unless, Rob, no disrespect, you've accepted a tag that you have to defend. Then you're going to get all triggered and stuff.
I'm not offended.
Thank you. And you don't get triggered. I know I'm not speaking, I'm not speaking about you. You're definitely an exception.
That's what my wife tells me all the time.
She's right. And then another thing you have to fight for, right? And I like dirt, right? No disrespect, dirt, but you have to fight for an ice wall. Right? If you're a flat earther, well, you believe in an ice wall, right?
No. I fight for a shoreline.
A shoreline, correct.
It's not the same.
Correct.
Oh, I don't know. Is Mike listening? Blue marbles in the chat. Mike, he's really upset.
What question?
He says you. Well, I don't know.
I'm intrigued.
He's keeping it quiet. No. You're not allowed to. You have to go over to Blue Marble Science channel to be. He's drumming up a little bit of business for. Keep the intrigue going. That's it.
But I thought he doesn't want us there. Bev?
No, he wants everybody over there with the intrigue about Mike. See, because Mike Jones is a bit of a big pull now, right? He's getting a bit of a stature about himself, Mike. An air of mystery. Simple geometry is really doing... it's spreading the word, right? We have ministers going out talking about geometry to the globe.
Mike, the man from New York. Mystery man. Crunches numbers by day while destroying ballers.
He just Blue Marble Science whispers. As a pastime. He's just... Yeah.
A Blue Marble Science whisperer.
Yeah. It's a sport. Triggering the model afflicted with geometric facts. Seems to be something that we're quite good at, and the advanced simplicity really turns his hand into this particular conversation. And a lot of people do get triggered by reality, simple statements.
No, but seriously, I'm intrigued. What is this question? I truly am intrigued.
Well, it doesn't really matter because Mike's obviously... he's got them to admit that squares exist and triangles have the sum of 180 degrees. Internal angles.
No way.
Two right angles.
No way.
Yeah. I bet he's even going to say that vertical and horizontals are perpendicular.
No, that he cannot.
Like, you can't really go against reality.
No, but then he can't have a sphere. He says that.
Well, it's only in his imagination anyway. So Blue Marble's got a massive, brilliant imagination. He's called himself Blue Marble Science. How great is his imagination going to be? Took on
You
the
see how
moniker.
surprised. You see how surprised the FED boys were about the varying radii? They didn't know that.
Didn't know the globe had a variable radius.
Blue champions that a lot.
Yeah. You can never know anything on the globe model, on the Blue Marble Science, right? So you'd have to have it varying. Can't have anything being definitive. It's got to be changing constantly.
If the mythical sphere is oval shaped, right? How can it have one radii? Have you geniuses thought of that?
How can a sphere be not a sphere?
Uh-huh. Exactly. It's pear-shaped, a little bit chubby on the bottom. Would that change the radius? Geniuses?
Are you allowed to have a bottom where it's a little bit chubbier?
Uh-huh.
I thought you'd have to lose your orientations like that. You can't have the bottom. That's wrong. I mean, it just goes to show how little Neil deGrasse Tyson actually knows about how you talk about these things, the grammar of the thing. I mean, these guys have put him right, no doubt. Blue Marble Science, all of these guys would definitely tell Neil deGrasse Tyson. You Nathan Oakley, he'd tell him as well. They need to learn about their model. If you're going to be heavily afflicted by the model, you best go balls deep into it and completely live the model. Get the science of the not that.
I have an update.
Oh, go on.
I have finished.
Finished?
Well, kind of finished. I wrote the last part of it.
We want to hear it.
3:28.
We don't want to hear about it.
I just played it last night though, but I just was like, this is an update.
Whenever you're ready, bro.
No. I mean, it's like it wasn't that I wanted to play. I was excited. Sorry.
Nice. New Buster song.
I'd rather. I want to save this last bit for you guys in the after show, if it's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's good. Well, I think it's about time we ended this. It's been a good show today. We've got a few home truths sorted. I hope this is going to be the way it's going for the rest of the shows for this year. We're going to run this year out, and then next year it's going to be logic. But we are going to focus more on the proofs and reality and the triggering truths, I think, that really upset people. Okay. Anybody want to get any final words for today? I'll end with the Buster song, and then everybody come on in and we'll get to hear Buster's new song. Hopefully a couple of times. Let's see. We'll have Insane. Yeah, come on in.
Of course, you don't have to
That's
ask.
what you do.
Are you going to play a Buster outro song anyways?
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay. I'm going to YouTube for a bit.
Okie dokie.
Thanks,
Insane. Because everybody seems to be going insane around here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. That may be something to do with a request we've had. Join us tomorrow. No doubt there will be a lot more shit talked. I know Brian's going to go and have a word with people about it. They're going to have to sort out this angle issue. Join us tomorrow. Thanks for joining us today.
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so, yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me. Unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this, I'm fucking giving it up. I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but you know, it's fucking something, you know, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments. So I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams. Or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? You know, my most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community. Fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, you know, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit!
You never back your claims.
Like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on immovable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking asshole!
Why do I get so much resistance? I know.
Fucking talking
you
shit!
Never prove me wrong.
Right the fuck now! God damn it, fucker!
Now we get our physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know you never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane.
God damn it! I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. We think that you live on ball.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.D. Gonzalez, and I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking ass.